Welcome back, Nuggets. This mother Clucker's got some thoughts. Let's ruffle some feathers and get into this live stream. Hello, everybody. Hi. How is everybody today? How's your week been? It is Friday in Australia today, and that is a wonderful thing. Hello, Rex. Hey, Veronica. Hi, Nutty. Hello, my messy attic. I love how you're like, I'm early, but I feel late. Oh, hello, Vera, in the chat. Hello, good morning, Glory. You're new to the channel, welcome, but you're enjoying the content. I love that. Who else have we got? Hello, Benita. Hey, Darkwick, thanks so much for coming in and modding today. Vera has finally come home to roost. I know. I've done no live streams this week so far, and I rescheduled the Cluckers only stream for tomorrow, so it's been a week. Did you miss me? Hello, Chloe. Hello, Kona Coffee. Welcome in. Hello, everybody. Hey, King. Hey, Pain in the Axe. It's been a while. It has. Good to see you in here. Hello, hello. Not that you've been absent elsewhere, I will say. Hey, Yummy. Thanks so much for coming in and modding. Hello, girl, please. On time today? Madam. Such shade for so early in the morning. Hello, Creative Mama. Hey, Bank. Hello, everybody. Have I missed anyone? Willow, hi. I think I've got everybody. I think. Hey, Neo over on Twitch. Hello. And a big happy Pride to everybody. Is anyone celebrating? Does anybody like get in the festive spirit? Hey, Jenny. Oh, no. Happy to be here. I just want to say I caught myself almost listening to my fear monster yesterday after something traumatic happened at work. I heard Vera in my head and did the clucking thing. I love that. I love it. Good for you. Hey, Shannon. Hey, Nerdly. Hello, hello. You go see a parade if the weather is good. Internally celebrating, Neo. Absolutely, you celebrate. Oh, thank you so much, Darkwick, for linking Girl Please. If you haven't checked out Girl Please yet, definitely go. We did a collab last month, and it was so much fun. So much fun. She's hilarious. But you know what? Considering it's the beginning of Pride Month, I feel like the best way to celebrate is with a chicken daddy. This is June's chicken daddy. So for any nuggets who have a June birthday, this is your guy. Yeah, right, Benita. I agree. It's the only way you can watch Foodie. Yes. He's spicy. He is taking a bath with his chickens. Some chickens really like baths, some not so much. Oh, look, this looks like Miss Nikki. Love that his toes are pointed. Yeah, they really do such a good job. This one was gifted to me by a friend, like an IRL friend, who clearly gets us, right? But I'm thinking I'm gonna need to buy the 2027 one because this is just far too much fun. Hello, Nutty, you're coming in and you're editing a quick little video. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay, so let's check on these polls. I have polls on both Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you get your votes in. We will touch on both to a degree. I'm just not sure if we will be able to, you know, cover both of them in their entirety. It depends how good we are today. But usually we're not very good. Usually there's a lot of talking. Also, I just want to say a PSA because I've been seeing this come up a lot recently. I want everyone to keep in mind that any criticisms brought up towards the girls that we're covering, although you may see parallels to yourself or your situation as them, I really want you to keep in mind that these are very unusual and unique individuals, and criticism brought to them is criticism brought to the wider picture, if that makes sense, not just the one thing that we're discussing. And although I think it's wise that we take learnings from them, the lessons that they can teach us, we don't apply the criticism for them, because without a doubt, there's going to be a factor that brings up that criticism that just does not apply to you. And it's unwise to apply anything said in these lives or videos to yourself. Hello, Sunny. So yeah, hopefully everybody keeps that in mind. Hello, Wide Ride over on Twitch. What have we got? Okay, let's check these polls. Let's check them. Okay, we've got 73% on YouTube to cover Rachel first, and we've got 100% on Twitch to cover Rachel first. So, yeah. How are the chickens? They're very good. It's a nice sunny day today for them, and they're having a good time. No, you don't want to cover Rachel first. It's actually a really good kind of temperature check for me as well, because if I want to cover the same topic too much, I worry that, you know, that other people might be bored or might not have the same focus area as me. And recently, can I just say, I've had some Rachel supporters in my comment sections and things like that, which a big thank you to them, because they're really helping me get out of this algorithm slump that I'm in, that I'm slowly digging my way out of. So I'm very grateful for that. But I'm glad to hear that you all want to cover Rachel too. Your demons keep stealing children. Oh yes, of course. It's a rainy day. Now we have a free daycare for baby chicks. Oh, cute. Is Rachel going to sound salty that Emily is talking to everyone but her in this vid? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it either, Geek. I saw the topic and I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. I thought she was approaching her healing era. I thought she was like, you know, starting to get it together, and apparently not. Apparently not. She does have a lot of supporters. No, she really does. I'm telling you, there is an audience out there for everybody. And just think about James Charles, right? That's always the person that comes to mind. What Rachel has done is nothing compared to what James Charles has done. And yet, he still has a very lively support crew. What did Rachel Baby say? Largely nonsensical stuff, just picking tiny things to criticize. But they're traveling around all of my Rachel videos at the moment, or at least most of them. That's not, by the way, an invitation to go and engage with them. Don't worry about, just, yeah. They're feeding the engagement, and that's a positive thing. Rachel seems so much more fun and less horror. Hey, Joke, just glad to be alive here for whatever we cover. I've had a horrible week and I'm ready for some drama that isn't my own. I feel that, Joke. I've had a rough week too. I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully we can entertain you. All right. Okay, so what I've prepared is this Rachel video. Sorry about the pause. I did not do this on purpose. Oh dear, why aren't we in theater mode? No, shush, I'm not ready for you yet. So I've prepared this video, which is only 25.5 minutes. And then I've got a cut down version of Roz being in the TikTok live with the Paradise guy. And we will get to that because this video is quite short. I did make an executive decision to not continue on with the last video that we were doing of hers. If you really feel like you want to do that, we can pivot and do that. I just felt like it was a bit of a boring video personally, but if you want to look at it, I am good with that too. Shady pause, not on purpose. She's actually really fun to grab, you know, the thumbnail images of, because some of the poses she puts herself in, it's just like, thank you for that. Very grateful. Sometimes you think people supporting crap people because they're projecting themselves onto said crap person. Yeah, I actually had one person say, you know, what is this irrational hatred that you have of Rachel? Leave her alone. And, well, firstly, I don't hate anybody that I cover. Maybe the closest one to hate that I cover is Roz, but I don't hate Rachel. I think Rachel is a bit of a ridiculous human being and needs to grow up, but I don't hate her. And I feel like if this person actually watched anything, they would see that. But as for leave her alone, I kind of wonder if this person would say the same thing to Rachel about Amber. You know, Rachel brought this on herself by doing such a major clock up and then such a bad apology. Had that apology not have come out, I don't know that I would have persisted in covering her. But now, see, now we know that she hasn't learned her lessons, so we need to keep tabs on her because there will be more and more and more clock ups. Did she really? Wait, oh, you're talking about Roz, not Rachel. Vera, did you see Rosee brought down the wrath of Michael B. Petty onto herself? I did. Michael B. Petty turned up into that TikTok live that happened. Roz is turning heads in the community. Even Michael B. Petty peeked his head in. Yep, pulled him out of his hibernation. Yeah, he did. The King's returned for QLR. Yep. He's not doing content. He just popped up in that live. But very, very funny. You thought Foodie would be my closest hated? Yeah, I mean, I suppose I do kind of obliquely cover Foodie, I guess. I definitely have the strongest bias against Foodie. But it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I regard myself as officially covering her. For a second, you thought, sorry, for a second I thought you said Roz and Rachel, not Ross and Rachel, not Roz and Rachel. We were on a break. Okay, all right, let's get into this, because otherwise we will talk all the way through and we won't get to Roz. All right, Rachel. So this one is called Amberlynn Reid's girlfriend exposed for talking to other women. This is Rachel being very excited about the fact that Emily was proven to be a cheater. Yeah. Because this is tea, isn't it? We didn't know that. No, Emily has absolutely no history of cheating at all. We didn't know about this. But this is news, of course, according to Rachel. She is getting a few more downvotes than she had been recently, but not as bad as she has been in the past. But yeah, absolutely, unequivocally, still has a lot of support. She has a lot of people that really love what she does, and more power to them. I don't think it's a bad thing if you like Rachel. That's fine. But I think it's dangerous the way that she talks about certain topics, and I think that she needs to be held accountable for how she deals with certain topics, and this might be one of them. So let's see. You can't hear that. Nope. We'll try again.
Hello, for anybody who doesn't know, Amberlynn Reid, who is a £600 YouTube content creator, has been dating a woman called Emily for the last nearly 2 years. Granted, the pair haven't actually seen each other in person more than a handful of times over those 2 years, but Emily is famously widely known as being a feeder. She's interested.
Oh, she's already... Okay, we are 17 seconds in, and she has shown 2 of her most favourite photos. Good job, Rachel.
interested in dating extremely large people and watching them gain weight. And the size that they are is really the reason that she's interested in them. So, of course, when Amber started dating this person and it was outed that she was into this kind of thing, we all knew that it was going to end badly, but we didn't exactly know how, right? And I think there's nobody that Amberlynn Reid hates more than herself, and her ability for self-sabotage truly knows absolutely no bounds. And I think that dating a person who is like famously, provably, as you can see here, 100% definitely interested in people only because of...
I still have such a problem with these. I'm of two minds. Like, should I be editing this out? Because I feel like this woman is deceased and she led a very sad life and she wasn't part of Girl World. So the fact that this photo keeps coming up, like I say, I've had no problem with it. Like when it first got leaked, I understand wanting to show it then, and I did as well. But the continual, like, this is almost every video Rachel does. It's a large proportion of her videos that these photos come up. And yeah, I'm of two minds, you know, should I go in and edit it out before we watch this? But I think it's gross at this point. Like, let her rest. It's done. We all know about Emily. We don't need to constantly see these photos. She needs tummy time. Unequivocally, shut the clock up, Rachel.
Their body size, who has one deceased partner already who died from weight-related disease, who this person, Emily, made.
Hold on. I haven't seen this photo. Where did this come from? When did it come from? Whence? For whence did it come? Oh, I'm in a mood today. I'm sorry. I'm very excited to be doing a live. Got to make sure and drop that weight right up top. It's been around. You've seen it. I haven't seen this one. Interesting. I wonder now, after she removed hers, if she does it as a form of self-hate and shame. Maybe, yeah, because if any of you have missed my last Rachel video, she actually has a deleted video that I had because I grabbed them before she went on her deletion spree. She actually had her bare stomach on a video, and yeah, maybe, I don't know. And like I said in that video, what if I'm right that the trauma is weight-related bullying as a child and now she does this? That would be like me taking all CSA or neglected children in their past and poking fun at them. Could you imagine? It made you feel sad for her. Yeah, it did for me too. I think we can feel sorry for the children involved in this, but like not the adults that they turn into and not take accountability. Is this a new Girl World, Tim? The fact that I have eyes? Look how pretty they are. She looks mean in this freeze frame. Anyway. Because we saw the picture before, of course, she needs to put it
already,
up again.
Who died from weight-related disease, who this person, Emily, made content with that related to eating food. It was like very obvious to everybody in Girl World that this was a really, really, really stupid move from Amber. But of course she ignored everyone. She claimed it was the best love she'd ever had and she was so moved and she was being loved so gently and sweetly. And we all kind of looked at each other and laughed because we knew that feeders aren't with you because they think you're a lovely, sweet person. They're with you because of your body. And if you call...
She's double talking again. So I don't know if this is like a joke of Rachel's now, like, are we just being baited to pick up? She swaps stories all the time, and hey, now that I've done that last video, we can see that she's actually done this before. Not me trying to get something to fidget with at my desk. So she's done videos, full-on videos, where she will fully strip down Amber to her core, saying that she is nobody's victim. But then she will do videos like this where she calls Emily a feeder, therefore making Amber a victim. And we flip back and forth like this, and I just can't quantify in my head, is Rachel doing this on purpose? You know, like the cute little joke that I have, oh, I'm a chicken, I'm a human, I'm a chicken, you know, it's a joke, right? Is it like that? Or is it that she hasn't fully resolved in her head what's going on? And because she is such a black and white thinker, and because she talks in absolutes like constantly, does that mean that anytime there is evidence that, say, Emily is a feeder, then it has to go all the way to the one side saying she is a feeder, she is bad? But then anytime Amber does something bad, then it goes all the way back to the other end of the spectrum saying, no, Amber is abusive and manipulative. And I like, you know, I could see how when you think in binary thinking where it's ones and zeros, if this, then this kind of thinking, that she does swing based on whatever's happening at the time. And right now, Emily has been proven to be cheating, which is generally considered a bad thing, so therefore she is the villain. she word vomits like Rose. Yeah. You think she's just that ignorant? Hello, Miriam. Hi. And who else did I see come in? Hello, Alfie. You caught a chicken stream. Yeah, her outlook is whatever fits her current narrative. But see, here's the thing, and what I would expect from a philosophy scholar, personally, or just anybody who is interested in philosophy, generally speaking, two things can be true at once, guys. No, to be able to not think in black and white, to be able to embrace the shades of grey, however many shades of grey you feel is suitable, is something that can be done and trained in your brain, and something that I would like her to start embracing. And the reality is that when we think in shades of grey, both Emily and Amber are victims of each other and perpetrators to each other. So, yeah, two things can be true at once. Hey, be like, what a baby. Tunnel vision, fully. She's looking for a reason to hate Emily as an excuse for why she was rejected by her. Oh, you're bringing the hot takes. There must be something wrong with Emily. There is, just not what Rachel wants there to be. You've got a point there, pain in the axe. Hey, Sea Dragon Fruit, you finally caught alive. So many new names in here. I'd love to see that. Welcome in. Hey, Chazzy. This is going to be a new stim. Me trying to find the glasses I'm wearing. I have eyes. It was pretty good. It was.
Cause them more aggro and stress than you're worth, or you lose weight, they are very likely to bounce on to somebody else. And that brings me to the topic of this video. So in this video, we're going to be discussing the recent rumours that have popped up with regards to Emily, who is Amberlynn Reid's current girlfriend. I think they're back together, who has been caught flirting with.
Does anyone know the status? I believe they're back together at the moment. I find it so difficult to track their relationship status. It is worse than teenagers. This on again, off again, on again, off again.
With and chatting to other women whilst in a relationship with Amber. Now, I have to say here, we knew that Emily wasn't loyal, right? You don't date a feeder and then expect...
Yes, yummy. It's bad enough I already have to say that they don't tell you the price you have to pay. Now you also have to say, I have eyes. Look how pretty. I would never put that online. I don't know. Rachel is a braver woman than I, in many respects.
reflect like undying love and genuine loyalty. So the way we know that they broke up in the first place is we saw this clip.
You're not on her
Oh,
TikTok anymore. What happened?
okay. Well, my thing is like, it's no one's business, don't you think?
Well, is it because you're on Ozempic again, or what is it?
Damn.
You know what? I'm gonna fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. I broke up with her. Okay.
Really?
So let's just like move on and not talk about it. I personally don't want to talk about it. So if I
Girl,
wanted to, I
listen,
would.
you do you. You do you,
Am I
girl.
right or am I right? Or
I'm
am I
happy as
wrong or
long
am
as
I
you don't
wrong?
have to go.
So
Abs,
let's
No,
just
you're
you're
right.
like not
literally
talk about it.
interrupting Amberlynn. Abs, you're literally
I'm sorry.
interrupting.
So reaction channels 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They should be posted that we're officially broken up. Like, since you guys like to record and sneak in here and stuff.
I mean, of course, yeah, people are going to record in a voice chat. Duh, you're a YouTuber who makes content. You're not making any content. So wherever you go, people are going to record you. But there it was. Yeah, there was Amber telling everybody in the voice chat in her Discord, which is now deleted, that she was broken up with Emily. But it turns out that there was rather more to it than just that. So that's what we're going to get into now. So it was true. They broke up right towards the end of May. And we all kind of realised because Emily posted this like cryptic TikTok, which seemed...
I'm just sitting here and all I can think is, Rachel, this isn't tea. We know Emily's a cheater. We don't actually need any more proof that Emily's a cheater because Emily flirted with you. And she's also gone multiple times behind her partner's back to do some very salacious activities. And Amber herself has brought this to the table too, but I don't know. Rachel needs to relentlessly and exclusively cover Amber, and that's not me bringing shade to other creators who only cover Amber. This is a different situation, but what else is there to talk about at the moment? The girls never leave. That was a lie. I think they may have had an argument but not really broken up because they are so on again, off again that they will break up for half an hour. Yeah, that's it. And I've kind of started just looking to see who Emily's talking to, like regarding reaction channels, to know how broken up they are. That's not true, Rachel. Amber would fall off and have a private life if she chose to. No one cares anymore. Amber puts this stuff out there for attention because she's got nothing else to give. That. Yeah. Yeah. Not girl pleased with the shade. Water is wet, Rachel. The end. I don't have as cool of an accent as you do, though. Yeah, that's true, Geek. All the girls have that in common. They'll upload cringe stuff with the most confidence, like, yes, I ate. Yeah, and Rachel is no different.
To confirm that like something bad had happened, and Emily has always loved putting things online. She absolutely loves the attention of it. She loves posting stuff and making drama. When she was interviewed by Mr. Snowflake, she made this post that was like, snow's coming back or something, and she kind of like hammed it up. And when I made videos that where I was using content that she had given me, screenshots and such that she had given me, she offered to like hype up the video. Her words were hype up the video, and like get people excited for it. So she knows what this is all about. She wants to be a part of the content, but then she doesn't like it when the content stings her. And we know she wants to be part of the content because we've seen the video that she made where she says she wants to be a YouTube sensation.
Hi YouTube, this is Emily. I'm lame, I'm a dork. I want to be a YouTube sensation. Be popular, attention grabbing. I'd embarrass myself.
Okay, so I do have a problem with pointing to this and saying, see, she wants to be a YouTube sensation. When I was this age, regarding Emily on screen right now, I wanted to be a supermodel. I had not yet reconciled that my 5'2" stature was going to be problematic in that area. And I don't feel like, you know, as a grown-ass 30-something-year-old woman, that this is necessarily reflective of what she wants. Now, having said that, do I think that the attention or the drama or just the chaos, generally speaking, is one of Emily's currencies? Yes, I do. But to say YouTube sensation from the mouth of like an 18-year-old, it's like, no. Yeah, she's like 18, I think, in this one, from what I can remember. She's very, very young. This is a very old video. And I'm sitting here looking at this and kind of wondering if she would get along with Remily a little bit. Rachel seems to have no screenshot evidence whenever she mentions personally texting Emily, but has all the proof for every other claim about everybody else. Yeah, she won't show those flirting texts. She will not. She is a child in this clip? Are you sure? I thought she was 18. We all wanted to be internet famous at that age. Well, I didn't, because you couldn't really be internet famous. Oh, shame. The internet was a thing, but internet fame wasn't a thing yet. YouTube wasn't a thing yet. I'm so old. Hey, Quirky Moments. Would it be possible, mods, if you feel like it, to link Quirky Moments, an absolutely amazing channel? We covered one of their videos last week, and yeah, absolutely exceptional quality. I recommend checking this channel out. Like Rachel don't have cringe vids up like that. Rachel advocated for substances, yet she doesn't feel the same now. Exactly. She literally tried to be a substance influencer, and that's what she was going to do. Yeah, because who doesn't change their mind from when they're this age? It's like, actually, just out of interest, can I get in the chat what everybody wanted to be when they were 17, 18 years old? And did that pan out for you? And how much of your opinions changed, if at all? I'm just interested to know. Hello, whoa! Is Rachel maybe posting this about Emily in embarrassment for Vera showing her old videos recently? Maybe. To be fair, I actually think the most embarrassing ones that Rachel has to offer are still up on her channel. In my personal opinion, it is subjective though. Mal, thank you so much. Started the stream later just for me, I see. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Oh, and you actually just reminded me, it's a new month, so I get to wait, what am I trying to do? No. Oh no. Oh no, it's all over now. Hang on. I get to gift memberships. You just reminded me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here they come. Any moment now. There they are. Who got them? Elfie. Dear Anime, Sneezy Rat, Little Princess, Jitter Glitterbug. Hey, I know that name. And Mason, congratulations. There's a Discord waiting for you if you want it. Oh, thank you, Benita. Just backed me up with another gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we get some chicken butts or juicy peaches in the chat for Bonita? You're welcome, Alfie. Hey, if I've got them to gift, why not gift them? Gets you into the Discord, gets you seeing the members only content if you want to. Oh, you wanted to be a professional cosplayer. Did that happen, Mal? I just realized I asked a question, then ignored. You wanted to be an astronaut, Sea Dragon. Astronaut, Polly. Oh, astronaut's popular. Playboy Bunny. I love that. Oh, sorry. I'm all over the shop. All over the shop. Aloe, thank you so much. Glad to have such fun bedtime content. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, Chazzy, relatable. At 18 or 19, I just wanted to no longer be in school. So I guess you succeeded in that. You wanted to be a paleontologist, did not pan out. That was a lot of school. Fair. Also, hello, Haley. Welcome in. You wanted to be a singer, actress in theatre, but I realised after being in theatre class and having an anxiety attack over taking headshots that it wasn't going to happen. Oh, cryptic. Oh, I feel for you. Yes. Yeah. So point taken though, right? There are things that we wanted to be at that time that don't necessarily reflect what we have become or wanted to be. And yeah. Your work computer crashed. Oh my god. Thank you for linking Quirky Moments. Definitely go send that channel some love. This is a really, really good upcoming channel. And there is a part 2 to Rose's timeline coming up soon in the future. You wanted to be a pharmacist, got to Chemistry 101 and noped right out of that. Learning things about ourselves. Yummy, thank you so much. 5 more gifted memberships just went out. Thank you. I appreciate you. Congratulations to all the people who just got memberships. Can we get juicy peaches and chicken butts for Yummy in the chat? Thank you so much, Yummy. Geez, all you do for me and then you add gifted memberships on top. Seriously. Oh, I wanted to ask, for my non-binary nuggets, you know how I like to say sir and ma'am? As like a sassy thing. Is there a variant for non-binary people? I'm just interested because I need to add this to my sass repertoire. Veronica, thank you so much. At age 9, I wanted to be a nun and I don't even believe in God. That is inventive. Oh, can I ask as a follow-up? You don't need to do a super chat, but like, what was it, if you didn't believe in God, what was it that drew you to that role? This wins. Hello, Sewer Brat. Stoked to catch a live? Yes. Gentlefolk? Yeah, I'm interested to know, because... Oh, your friends say them. Like ma'am, but them. Yeah. Zer. That rolls off the tongue. You had a co-worker who was a nun and she'd left the convent. Ooh. Oh my god, now that you say that, it just clicked to me that I referred to Zach as a queer, quote, man in my recent video. I know they go by they, them, but still also confused. Well, he's not, or they are not, see I just did it then too, not trans, non-binary. But Zach themselves say that they're happy with he, him pronouns as well, but they do, gosh, oh man. They do gravitate towards they, them. Oh, good idea. You use mix a lot, but I guess it's more like Mr. Ms. than sir, but it would still work, I feel. I might need to do some research. You're stealing them. Thanks, sure. I like it too. Yep.
And my family and my friends.
Anyway, Emily posted this TikTok and it made it very clear that there was trouble in paradise. I can't play the TikTok because it's got like audio that I can't use on YouTube, but I'll put it here next to me. And it has lines like, I used you, and then the person says, happy to help, I lied to you, cool, and a bunch of other, like, in my opinion, very martyr, like, woe is me, wet lettuce sentiments, which I just can't really get on board with. But what this TikTok did was clearly indicated that there was something wrong with our Gorls girl. And it was quite funny because underneath the comments of this TikTok, somebody called Chloe commented later that day and posted this, where you can see in the Discord, Amber's written, Emily and I, or Tommy and I, whatever she calls her, are back together. And this person's commented anyway and put Amber's comment. It's just quite funny. And also in the comments, you see this, which is quite interesting, and you can see Emily's replied here. This person says, I played with fire and then I got burned, so I went back to the raging bonfire and it actually burned me again, which is like a very funny insight and a very bloody good point. I think both Emily and Amber are doing this by going back to each other, and I frankly think they deserve each other. But Emily replies, yeah, I know.
I kind of agree. I kind of feel like both of these individuals are bad in their own ways, and at least they're amusing each other and not, you know, bringing someone innocent into everything. I honestly, what disturbs me most about I understand why Amber keeps returning. I get that. But what disturbs me about Emily returning is the fact that there is a child. This is all extremely public online and findable. And the fact that she doesn't have custody of her child, which, I don't know, there's something wrong about all of this. Not to say that the fathers can't have custody, but I feel like she should be conducting herself in a much more responsible way for her child's well-being, safety, mental health, etc. Also, the boys are saying hello. The fact that I have eyes. You know, I think I know why I love Vera streams so much. I want to live surrounded by roosters like this. Yeah, they're pretty great. Yeah, me. I think it's so funny every now and then I still get new people pop up and say, I thought that was a backing track. They're real roosters. How old is Emily's child? School age, I don't know. Like primary school age, young. Sometimes, yeah, I will say it is hard for a father to get primary custody in America. That's my 2 cents. It probably depends on circumstances, where they are, and things like that, but it's unusual for sure. Even though I do support fathers sometimes fathers really should get the custody when, you know, courts are on the side of mothers. It's not necessarily, speaking from personal experience, not necessarily always a good thing. Oh, is that true? Non-binary does fall under the trans umbrella. I thought it was its own separate thing. Willing to be educated over here. You're mostly basing this on your own experience with custody, so keep that. Yeah, fair enough. Good to call out biases. Yeah, poor kid. Yeah.
No, I know, everyone point and laugh. She almost seems to want to play this kind of like struggling victim character, right? Like, I know, I shouldn't have done this. Everyone point at me and laugh. And I think, no, you're a 33, 36, no idea, year old adult. You're responsible for your own decisions. You know the outcome of what you do. She's been around long enough, particularly with relation to Amber. She knows that the TikTok she makes and the comments.
Oh, Alistair, thank you so much. This is insightful. I am non-binary and consider myself trans, but I have a non-binary friend that doesn't consider themselves trans. So it depends. It's an individual case-by-case basis. Love it. Thank you so much for clearing that up. Yes, well, this is true. Yes, I see this logic. Sorry, we're doing a little side quest on trans versus non-binary here, but I like to learn about these things personally. Trans just refers to identifying differently than your birth gender. Yeah, so that makes sense, right? Because if you're not what you were born as, or at least identified as at birth, then that could be non-binary, not necessarily just the opposite gender. I know some non-binary people who consider themselves trans and some who don't. Yep. So yeah, that's really interesting. So what I do have to say about love the open discussion. We do a lot of side quests on these lives. Anytime somebody brings up anything that wants to be talked about, other than quad bikes, we will entertain it. Yeah, non-binary people are part of the trans community, but some non-binary people do not identify as trans. Some are happy when welcomed in by fellow trans people, and some don't feel they are trans. So I've only known, and granted, outside of online space, I don't know a lot of non-binary people IRL, but they do not identify as trans. Yeah, no, it's very, very interesting. So one thing that I will say about what Rachel just went through is knowing my family and how it works on my mother's side. There is a lot of drama. Like they literally have a pattern where coming up to Christmas, they will make sure that they make up because they all want to get together for Christmas. And Christmas will happen, and there's always some drama that happens at, like, on Christmas Eve. They celebrate on Christmas Eve. And then by Australia Day, which is the 26th of January, they're fighting again. They will fight all the way through the first half of the year, and then they'll go radio silent and just not speak to each other until it's time to make up for Christmas again. And outside of, like, having seen that and being exposed to that and seeing why they do that, I really do genuinely think that some people just like the chaos and the drama in their lives. And I think sometimes that chaos and drama, just as we do with Girl World, right? Sometimes it can be used to distract yourself from the actual real horrible things that might be happening, right? It's like trivial drama that you can focus on where you can ignore the scary drama. Does that make sense? And I think that might be what's happening with Emily. Oh, is it really, joke? Hitting close to home for me. How are all narcissistic parents so similar? Yeah, I don't know. It's like they come out of a factory, isn't it? Hello, Himbo Prince Luca. Great name. Thanks for popping in. Kex, congratulations. You've been a Clucker for 4 months. Thank you so much. Sorry I'm late. Went to dinner with Hubs for our 12th anniversary. Oh, congratulations. Can we get some celebratory emojis for Kex's anniversary? That's amazing. That's a terrible family tradition. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm not part of it anymore. They can all just be over there doing what they do, and I'll be over here being drama-free and nice and quiet. It's why I don't understand when people want to invent their own drama, because I feel like life tends to bring its own amount of drama, just all on its own. I don't know why people want to, like, continue it. Yeah. Yes, Asha. It really is a diverse group. I love meeting others with identities other than my own, because it enriches me to learn more. Same, Asha. Same. And I'm open-minded to all of it. I don't care how people live, so long as they're making themselves happy and it's not hurting anyone. One thing that I will say, because I was born female, I identify as female, and I feel that it is so intrinsic to my personality, to my like my identity, my femininity is so important to me, to a point where I don't even like to play male characters in computer games if I can help it, just because I want to identify as female every turn. That for me, if I had any other body other than that, I feel like it would be terribly distressing. I really do. I think it would cause all manner of mental health issues. And all I can imagine is, like, I haven't lived that, what it must feel like for those who genuinely have to live through that. I think it would, you must want to just, like, claw your skin off or something. It must be horrible. Absolutely horrible. May need to edit that out. See, YouTube may not like that phrase, but I have a lot of sympathy for it, for sure, and I want people to live who they are. Meanwhile, you play a male character whenever possible. It's a funny thing, isn't it? A lot of people don't care. I do. It's just, I don't know, it's just one of my weird things. I was actually watching Mr. Chukin play a computer game the other day, and he was playing as a female character, and I kind of did a double take, and I'm like, I just wouldn't, that's all. Like, he can. It's not a problem. Ah, exactly, Veerdrop. You're AFAB, T-Man, and periods. Oh. Yeah. But good for you. Living your real life, that's important. Yeah. That is fascinating. I don't like playing as male characters because I'm lesbian and usually just find the male characters look kind of goofy. Well, I'm not a lesbian, but yeah, I don't know. I just prefer to identify as female if given the choice. Some games don't give you the choice, which annoy me. And then I will usually try and find mods that will change that. This is your first Pride Month as part of the community, finally accepted who I am, told my co-workers my pronouns. It's so nice to be fully me. Only took a few decades, but it's better late than never. Oh, TB Sinclair, I love that so much for you. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy this month. This is your month. Oh, so much love in here. I love it. Yeah, Sea Dragon. As a trans man, I prefer to play as a man, but I don't mind playing as a woman usually. It's not funny. It's funny how our brains want to depict things for ourselves. As a cis female, I always pick male, but it's kind of an alternate reality thing. So it's full detachment when I game. Yeah, fair. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just tracking the conversation in the Twitch. Neo, forgive me, I can't put that on the screen, but yes. I really, you know, people need to live as themselves. It's not hurting anyone, and I will fight anybody that wants to say that it is. It's nobody's business. Okay, all right, back to Rachel. Sorry. See, this is us talking and being bad. We're 54 minutes in. We've done 6 minutes worth of footage. We're so bad at this. And I'm in control. What does that say about me?
She makes, and every single thing she does online is going to be scrutinized, and she does it on purpose, I'm telling you, by the way she speaks and acts and how she's interested in what people are saying about her. She claims she wants privacy, but then she feeds the beast, and then she turns around and is angry at the beast for chasing her when she's been dropping scraps for it to eat this whole time. So this TikTok showed us that there was like something going wrong between Amber and Emily, and of course Emily was attention seeking about it, like she always seems to do. But what was also interesting was that underneath the comments of this TikTok, somebody who Emily has shown an interest in the past is somebody called Zhao the Dreamer, and this person was in Emily's comments underneath this TikTok. Before we get into Zhao's comment, we'll talk a tiny little bit about who they are. So basically Zhao is like somebody who Emily's known since it sounds like about 2018. Emily's been interested in her and sent her DoorDash orders and has been like a friend, but it's been kind of flirty, more than friends. We saw that when...
Oh my goodness. I thought it was Zhao. Is it Zhao or Zhao? It's our family time in the coop, Vera. We're not bad. We're just catching up. I love that, Kex. Yes, let's consider it that. And also, it's Pride Month. I feel like when is there a better time than to talk about this kind of thing and, you know, acceptance of each other and learning about each other. And it's important. And, you know, I'm not quite ready to discuss details, but at the tender age of 40, I am also going through my own little journey. So, you know, it's nice to have that kind of accepting community, and why I always encourage people to correct me if I'm being ignorant, because if I am, it's just literally that I don't have the information, and I'm always willing to update my information. Yeah, Rachel's mispronouncing it. Yeah, so it's Zio. Yeah. It is Zio. Yeah. We're at the family reunion and everyone's coming out. We really do have so many, like in this community, and something that I really love about it, there's so many different gender identities, sexualities, different religions, different political views, like everybody's so diverse, yet in my community, everybody comes together so well. And I love that. I love that, you know, people can live differently and be themselves, but also still accept those that look a little bit different to others. Yes, I agree, Darkwick. This is why D&D and fantasy is so delightful. You can be anything. Yes, I love D&D. Yeah, you decided you were demisexual later in life. Decided sounds bad. Yeah, but maybe decided, recognizing, acknowledging, you know, yeah. For real, Baldur's Gate 3 ruined me because now I just wish I could always be a huge dragon guy. Oh. See, am I just unimaginative? Because, okay, given any role-playing game, whether it's Skyrim, whether it's like the Baldur's Gate series, whatever, I always pick a female, whatever the smallest race is, usually because I like to be a thief, which I'm not a thief in real life. That's where I get my fantasy outlet. And so it's always like halflings or wood elves, or, you know, the thing that is skilled at doing the stealth stuff. I'm always that. Am I wasting my gaming experience here? Maybe I should try being like a male human fighter. It doesn't sound fun. Oh dear. Okay, I'm continuing with Rachel now.
Emily and Amber were on a break. Emily was in Zhao's TikTok live, like gifting her corn, which is like a way of giving somebody money on TikTok. Don't ask me, I'm too 30 years old to have any idea about that stuff. But this is this person, right? So she's in a rehab facility at the moment where she's been living for a year. She's very large. Emily's given her food in the past, and they've had this alleged flirty relationship. So underneath this TikTok that Emily posted, Zhao comments this. You can see Zhao's put like a little picture of a panda, I think it's a panda, like lying on its back, and then Emily's replied Zhao, or like Xiao, or however you pronounce it, and then like a bear hugging a white bear, right? So you can see it here, it's very clear. This is Emily insinuating that were she there, she would give Zhao.
Is that cheating? Okay, so I have a fairly sensitive radar for what would be considered cheating, because I definitely include emotional affairs in the cheating realm. And I know a lot of people don't, but that's just what Mr. Chukin and I operate on. That would be considered being unfaithful if it were still emotional. A little huggy emoji. I'm sure there's going to be more screenshots coming out, but is that cheating? Yes. No, we couldn't be bothered again, Rachel. We don't check things, we don't research things, we don't confirm. Are you all making up fantasy characters for me? You personally think if the boundaries are that tight, it's a bit too much? It could be interpreted as just friendly, though. I know that we're overlaying the predilection on top of it, but like even people with paraphilic disorders can still just be friends with people. I don't know. You wouldn't consider it cheating, but you'd see it as a sign of something more. Like, it's definitely worth looking at. I just don't know that this alone. Like, if it was just this, I know Rachel's going to bring more, but if it was just this, I just... yeah. You're a hardline. Emotional cheating is cheating in your relationship, but this doesn't seem like cheating. Yeah, I'm kind of the same mindset, Mariam. Oh, members only D&D night coming soon. We'll get Mr. Chookin in to be a DM. He is such a good DM. We have so many D&D things. I don't know what's going to happen when we move into the caravan. I think we should put them all in storage though, because it's not the sort of thing you want to throw out and then buy again. You know, eventually there will be a larger tiny home. For me, it's intent. Hubs knows I flirt with my female friends and doesn't care because he knows I have no interest in women. Oh, yeah, no, fair. It's just banter. Yeah, that's different. Wait, is Rachel saying this is cheating? So... Oh, geek. Wait, is Rachel saying this is cheating? So what's she messaging Emily? I'm telling, well, according to her, we would just go, oh. That's hilarious. All right, so yeah, we're kind of in a consensus. Let's see where else this goes because we still have like 18 minutes of this.
A hug, right? And I think if Amber saw this, well, I think Amber did see this, she would lose her fucking mind because we know Amber is incredibly controlling, cannot stand dating people who have a life outside of her,
and that's why you keep going sewer spelunking. That's why you keep inserting yourself into their relationship because you know what that does to Amber. That is mean-natured. That is so nasty.
She wants to be this person's whole world, and it's very clear here that Emily has her fingers in multiple different pies. I think.
Oh, don't say fingers in pies. No, that's not good. Girl, please release the O texts, Rachel. Every time now I say that, since our collab, I have you in my head going, we want to go, oh, Rachel. Make us go, oh. Yeah, that's full-on home-wrecking if this is emotional cheating. Absolutely it is, and that's how I see it too. That is directly inserting yourself into somebody else's relationship with the intent to cause havoc. That's not okay. And I know that Amber has done some absolutely heinous things. I know that she's genuinely hated by a great many people. But regardless of that, what Rachel did was still wrong. And I'm not even just talking about, you know, the flirting to get the quote tea. I'm talking about that email in January too. You know, it's all designed to cause havoc in their relationship that is none of her business and she has no business inserting herself into. She is supposed to be a reaction channel. Who does that? Nobody does that. Except FFG, and that's not a fun club to be part of.
I think it's fair to say. And that is not what Amber would want. Amber wants full, total control, loyalty. Amber's incredibly possessive, not only with her partner's friends, but also with family members and exes. Emily slept with somebody in Tennessee like a month after her late fiance passed away. And Amber made Emily block that person, and Amber called that person and was like telling them to never speak to Emily. So we know Amber is possessive. She won't leave people alone. She goes through your phone. She's admitted it. So this is not something that Amber is going to be taking well. In this video that Apathetic made, this video here, Apathetic shows this voice note from somebody who used to like be friends with Xiao.
Benita. FFG is a girl. Official Charlie said so. Well, this is Vera saying so. Rachel is a girl. You are possessive over Emily. Yeah, you're not wrong. Mariam, yeah, Rachel is a mean girl. Is a mean girl, like beyond normal mean girl. Yeah, not just clucking with people, but genuinely trying to cause harm in their lives, for sure. And this is why I said in my last video on her, like, I almost kind of wish she would come out and speak about any trauma that's happened. I think it would help us get some context as to why she is the way she is, because there is a level of obsession and bitterness going on here that I don't think is healthy. And I don't think it's good for Rachel to be indulging in, at least exclusively, right? Like if there was somebody else that she was covering as well. How much research did Rachel do before pronouncing this woman's name wrong? About the same amount of research that she does in the rest of her recent videos. Her research days, let me tell you, they are over. She has not done that in a while. Yeah, she's nasty now. She's scary now. She is very, very scary. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think Amber and Emily are lucky that there is an ocean between them. Makes things a little bit more difficult, and I think that's and more expensive, and I think that's a good thing. Rachel can't help herself but smirk when she thinks she's so smart. Yeah. No problem, Asha. Thanks so much for coming in.
And who, like, was talking about the relationship that they had. I'm not going to play it because it's long and frankly kind of boring, but basically the key part is that this person says that they reached out to Xiao and asked.
Sorry, I just wanted to catch this. I think she's always been nasty. The mask has slipped now. I think she's always been snarky in her personality. I think the obsession has made this a little bit more concentrate, if that makes sense. But the nature is there, right? It's still part of who she is and what she's capable of. Are you saying Rachel would stalk Emily IRL? I think that the possibilities of access would be so much greater than they are now. I don't know if I would call it out and out stalking, but there would be something. It's not good. This is at a level where it could take a very scary turn. She hasn't quite overstepped to the point where I think it's not able to be pulled back, but she's heading further down that path, if that makes sense.
Asked like what was going on between her and Emily. I'll put that bit here.
Once Amber Lynn announced that she was dating Tommy, or Emily, I saw that Emily actually followed Xiomara. So I was...
They just said the name. Zio. She has this... Nuggets. She has this clip. She just heard it said.
Interested to know if Tommy, because all of these allegations came out that she was a feeder and liked bigger women, I reached out to Xiomara and I said, hey, I noticed that you follow Emily. Do you and Emily talk? And she said, yeah, we talk like all the time. Why? And I was like, oh, just curious. I know she's dating, another YouTuber, Amber Lynn. So I just wasn't sure, like, if you guys were just friends or whatever. She was like, yeah, we talk. I mean, I don't think, like, it's super serious with Amber Lynn yet. But at this point, Amber Lynn was pretty much already saying, yeah, we're exclusive. She's coming to visit me, all this stuff. So I was like, interesting, okay. So I just let it go for a little while. And then once I saw that Tommy actually commented on Xiomara's post, I messaged her again and I said, hey, just out of curiosity, is Emily still talking to you? Because last we've heard, like, she's still very much in a relationship with Amber Lynn. And Xiomara was like, oh, they're kind of like on rocky terms or whatever. But yeah, we pretty much talk all the time and it's a little bit more than friendly. We're not like in a relationship or whatever, but we do talk very quote unquote friendly or sexual. She's still at the rehab facility, still actively talking to Emily. Sounds to me like Emily is cheating on Amber Lynn.
So yeah.
Okay, with respect, I don't consider this a receipt. I consider this somebody saying something. Anybody can say anything. I don't know what else she's about to bring to the table, but so far we have a hugging emoji and a voice note from some rando. I'm not convinced so far. I'm not, by the way, I'm not at all thinking that. I think it's highly plausible that Emily is cheating. I think we've seen enough information to know that could be a possibility. But this so far, Rachel bringing the quote tea, not doing it for me so far. I don't think I would have used this in a video personally. Or if I did, I would have prefaced it by saying, now bear in mind, this is just somebody saying, relaying what they've seen. This is not verifiable. I know Rachel can't say verified, but it's not verifiable, and keep that in mind as we move forward, right? So you preface that, but this is being delivered like fact. It's just not. Oh, whoops. Hearsay, if we want to get fancy with it. Exactly. It's not enough. Yes, exactly, Geek. She has this recording. She knows how to pronounce the name. She's intentionally saying it wrong to seem unbothered, or as if she don't care to say it correct. It's kind of rude. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. So you have a theory. We know that Feline was poly on her end of the relationship. Is it poly if it's only on one side, or is that just an open relationship? Sorry, I was just pondering logistics there for a moment. What if the relationship is open on Emily's side and Amber thinks she can change her? Well, this is actually what I raised early on, is that if you look at the timeline with Emily, she was apparently so deeply in love with Colleen, the woman that passed. And Colleen passed in April, and in June, so two months later, Emily was dating Amber. And I wondered at the beginning, and I think I've said this somewhere along the line, of what if Amber wanted it to be a certain intensity of relationship? And what if Emily was just grieving? What if Emily was just looking for connection, somebody to focus on, to get through that grief process? And if Emily didn't see it as serious, then is talking to a few women bad? It depends on what conversations were being had between Emily and Amber, and neither one of them is a reliable historian, or a narrator for that matter, so we wouldn't be able to know. But I could, Benita, but I could see Emily saying something like, I'm grieving and I'm just looking for something light and a bit of fun right now. But Amber then turning around and insisting that it's serious, right? That seems like it would track. And yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm aware, King. Poly doesn't always mean open. Open implies open for someone new. Poly might be closed and capped at their current partner count. What I was musing is if Feline was poly and Amber isn't, and Feline goes out and has more relationships, is it still poly because Amber's not participating in it, or is it just open? So yeah, I mean, I could see that happening. And if that's the case, if Emily was up front around these, because this voice note is talking about the early days, is it just that she wanted something a bit fun and she was talking to multiple people? It depends how it was handled as to know whether it was a bad thing or not.
Yeah, sounds like Emily is talking to this person again, which is interesting, I think. It's also been exposed recently by some...
It can be poly even if Amber isn't. So it would be like Feline having a poly relationship while also having a side girlfriend. Logistically complex. There can be poly mono relationships, but I think they are a lot harder to do. I'm poly and dated a monogamous person and it didn't go super well. Yeah, I've said it before. I have so much respect for people who can execute poly relationships, because from experience, I've been with Mr. Chukin for over 18 years now, And I know the kind of work that a healthy marriage needs to go through to like make it work. And it's hard enough with one person. I can't imagine adding a whole extra dynamic in. And I personally know that I couldn't do it, but I have so much respect for those who can. It's incredible. Only Rachel states interesting things. She's so insufferable. You're not good at sharing. No, me either, joke. I think it would be so cool though. And I was thinking about it from a different perspective because, you know, people like you and I joke, we're looking at that going, no, we want to have the oneness, right? Where the focus is only on each other. But I also wonder if for some people that's a little intense, and maybe having a third or fourth or however many people in the relationship, it's like there's more dynamics going on so that you know you can be with one or be with the other or be with everybody, and it's more dilute in that way. Does that make sense? I'm trying to articulate something in my brain and I might be doing it badly, but yeah, I wonder if a one-on-one for some people is too intense. Just curious. Happy to hear from Polly Nuggets though. I'm very interested. You can only tolerate yourself. I love that. I think for some poly people, it's like sharing a big meal. It doesn't feel like any loss and there's plenty to go around. I love that. Oh, Alistair. I just realized I have the same backpack as Rachel and I'm sad about it. Alistair, both Yami and I display our wool in the same bookcase and the same way as what Rachel does. We all have parallels. It happens. It's okay.
Somebody who told Jawbone, but I think this person was also telling other people that Amber's kind of prerequisite, like agreement with Emily, was that they would get back together provided that Emily blocked Xiao on TikTok, at which point Emily's Instagram immediately then became public, and on Emily's Instagram she's following a shit ton of like really fat women. So that's what Emily likes, that's what Emily wants, that scratches the itch in Emily.
Okay. I can't help myself but sometimes disagree with Rachel because of the way that she puts things, and I feel the need to add in the grey, if that makes sense. So it's not necessarily that I think what I'm about to say, but I'm just posing an alternate. So I'm not going to get too specific because I will dox myself, but due to career reasons, Mr. Chukin follows a lot of beauty models, like what are they called? You know, like alt kind of girls that do glamour models. That's what I was thinking of. It's not a cheating thing. It's not. There are alternate reasons why that might be happening. It doesn't. This is also not proof. Hey, LV. Did I hear you say you can't deal with Rachel? I don't know. Did I say that? That sounds like something I would say. Yummy. Vera is Rachel. Vera is Rachel, is Remy, is why Vera and I are clutchmates. Do we need to bring this up every time there is an audience? Bella, don't encourage it. You always bring the real tea. Oh dear. People are gonna talk. No, for real, because I follow multiple politicians. I don't like to hear all the political happenings. I'd imagine it's similar. It's just, there are other reasons, right? Did you know that Scar is Roz? Am I dating Scar? This is getting messy.
Emily's brain. She's not interested in your personality or your heart or any of that. She just wants somebody who's really, really fat. And the thing is that because Amberlynn Reid's self-esteem is so poor and rubbish, right? Like I said at the beginning of the video, nobody hates Amber more than she hates herself.
Oh, I think you might be a strong candidate though.
And I think it's complicated because she appears to be a narcissist. It makes you think that, oh no, she's a narcissist, so she loves herself, right? But that's not how narcissism works. The true root of narcissism is an extremely low self-esteem and like a self-hatred that is deeper than anything that appears on the surface. And that is why, despite being a narcissist, Amber will keep dating somebody who has consistently burnt her and treated her badly. I mean, it's been a two-way street, but that's why she allows it, right?
Hold on, I just remembered something. So this whole rhetoric that Amber really deeply hates herself, that's my rhetoric. Rachel, I nearly called her Emily. Rachel previously had been saying that Amber has an amazing ego, and I corrected her in a live stream. Rachel, are you stealing my talking points, madam?
That's why somebody who is 600 pounds and dying, sadly, from weight-related disease would date a person who's only into her for her weight. It doesn't seem to make any sense, but when you scratch the surface...
Why does that not make sense? It gives the condition a permission base to exist and worsen.
It actually makes perfect sense. And I think for Emily, there's an element of public shaming about it. I think she dates these public people and she makes these TikToks and she talks to reaction channels and such on purpose because she almost likes the attention and the sort of negative skew on her. She just likes that people are looking at her. And I think those two things together is like a match made in hell between these two people. And that's why Amber consistently will stay with somebody who has treated her the way that Emily's treated her, including publicly embarrassing her and speaking to other women and emailing reaction channels relentlessly, and making it very clear that she wants nothing more than to embarrass Amber, but then she also wants to get off to her legs. We don't have to stop at the kind of Giamara stuff. There is also
How many different ways has she said zero now?
way more evidence that popped up. I'm going to caveat this section by saying that if you're in a relationship, I don't know why I've gone Italian, but you couldn't even see. But if you're in a relationship, it's healthy and good and right to have friends, people you speak to, and it's normal and good, right? If you try and stop your partner from speaking to their friends,
not me sitting here oh yes, Rachel, definitely tell me how a healthy relationship is. I'm here, I've got my notepad, I'm taking notes. Proceed.
You are an asshole. So I'm not going to sit here and be oh, Emily speaking to anyone at all is wrong. Absolutely not. And some of the screenshots we're going to get into in a second do appear to be innocent and friendly in nature, but there are other ones that don't. And then we can see Amber's response, and those two things are very interesting. So on Reddit relatively recently, this screenshot popped up. Now it's a conversation between allegedly Emily.
Does anybody else, I have no proof. I have no basis for this other than just a feeling, which I don't necessarily put a great deal of stock in. I can't help but feel that there isn't a girlfriend anymore. I don't know what's giving me that vibe. I don't know why my brain has fully locked onto that, but anybody else feeling that way? Yeah, Rachel's 30. Yeah, she just turned 30 2 months ago. The self-hatred thing is very interesting, knowing how Rachel viewed herself / still views herself. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Rachel hasn't talked about her partner in a while. Yeah, it could be explained though, because she did say that she wouldn't be speaking about her girlfriend, so it could just be that she's just fully not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I have that feeling. It's just, I think it happened around Christmas, New Year's, when she took a big break. Rachel, put up your hair so we can see that you have ears and have the ability to listen. Also, not hiding behind your hair would make you look more confident. This is an experiment. You've been gone too long. It hasn't been that long, LB. You could be a cover. You could be a cover for her not to talk to her. Foodie does that all the time when she doesn't want to address something. Yeah. You personally hope for the girlfriend's sake that it's no more. Yeah. And we've had many conversations in my lives about whether it was okay that she flirted with Emily to get the tea. I really think it depends on what kind of conversations were happening behind closed doors within that relationship. But I can absolutely tell you it wouldn't have been okay in my marriage. Absolutely not. Hello, Sunny. Welcome back. If she shows up in the next video with an updo, we'll know she's listening. We know she's listening, Darkwick. We know. And we know that because she's one of the girls, and the girls listen to videos about themselves.
Girl World Emily, and somebody else who you can see they've got a streak, and this is Emily's little like picture. It's like a secret Snapchat, and you can see there's a 4-day streak between Amberlynn Reid's girlfriend and somebody else. But you can see there's this voice note here, and Emily has said that her day got hectic towards the end. She feels like she's knee-deep and charting. I have no idea what that means. And she's dreading work. She's got somebody shadowing her, and she's finding it hard. She could really love to eat some barbecue chicken and salad, and it looks like this person's having a good night. And she loves their shoes, and they're adorable. And it sounds like it could be just kind of innocent and just chatty. I don't know, but that's not the nature of all of these conversations. For example, we have this one here where Emily says, driving home lol, cute pic by the way. This person has sent something which is obviously them saying that they find Emily attractive, because Emily's replied with, I think you're the only one that thinks that besides Amberlynn. So I reckon that person has said like, oh Emily, you're hot or you're cute or whatever.
Oh, that's very speculative, Rachel. There are other contextual basis for this being the response. I do agree that this looks sus, but no, you can't sit there and say that you know that that's what's been said. You can't do that. That is so irresponsible. That is so irresponsible. Rachel. Oh my gosh.
And Emily said, oh, only you and my girlfriend think that. And then this person has replied, you're very good looking. So clearly, you know, if you're reading this as Amberlynn Reid, that's going to piss you off. Emily claimed that this...
It does look sus. It does. But I don't know. I don't know, because it could still be friendly. You could still see it as friendly, right? Because if a close friend acknowledges a personality trait about you that usually people don't see, you know, you might respond with something like that. But does it piss you off, Rachel? I think it does. This is her tea, you see, LV. Shut up, Rachel. Anyway, folks, I gotta run. Thanks, girl, please. I appreciate you coming in. Why is she being called Mr. Burns? Explain like I'm dumb. Is she being called Mr. Burns? It looks sus, but Emily has a lot of people calling her Mr. Burns. Yes, please explain the Mr. Burns thing. At least it isn't DV this time, yeah. But it's still not tea. We know Emily's a cheater. This is still not new information. Profile. Oh, her nose. See the profile. Yeah, okay. She has a big nose. Gotcha.
This was all innocent and we were all making a big deal out of nothing. Somebody on TikTok messaged her and she says whoever you were sharing those screenshots with is clearly taking things out of context and spreading them with malicious intent to make it seem like I was being unfaithful to Amberlynn when that wasn't true. Sure, saying somebody's cute is not cheating, but then they're sending you a photo and you're saying that, you know, they're attractive and they're saying you're attractive. And Emily says there's nothing inappropriate going on. Once these
She just added context there that wasn't there. Okay, no. Stop. She literally just said, sure, calling someone cute isn't cheating, but you're sharing photos calling each other attractive. She added that because all that was said in that last screenshot, look. Hang on, Rachel. No, Rachel. Bad Rachel. This is really blurry and hard to read. But driving home, LOL, cute pic, by the way. There's no mention. Here we go. You're very good looking. This is like, I don't know. Like, if it said something along the lines of, you are damn sexy and I want to do X, Y, and Z to you. But you're very good looking is the flirt that we're talking about here. What did you say, Rachel? What was your flirting? Was it worse than that?
Sure, saying somebody's cute is not cheating, but then they're sending you a photo and you're saying that, you know, they're attractive and they're saying you're attractive. And Emily says there's nothing inappropriate going on. Once these screenshots were selectively shared with her, of course she was going to react emotionally.
Oh no, Darkwick! Vera, don't call Rachel bad. She has humiliation kinks. Ha ha ha. Yuck. I don't want to play into that. Madam. Did I say the bad things? I'm sorry.
And believe that narrative. That's why I was so upset and crying, because I do love her and I hated she was being made to think otherwise. It's crazy to me that this person would claim to love Amber when they publicly embarrass her and speak about her at every possible opportunity. That's not love. That's a shame kink. But clearly what we're looking at here is Emily
Takes one to know one.
trying to say that there's nothing like untoward going on and it's all perfectly innocent.
Did I glitch? Is it all okay? There's something funny happening with my network today that I forgot to tell you all about, so I'm on high alert. You said the same thing. Wait, Rachel. If this is cheating, then surely you cheated. That's what I'm thinking too. I don't know if she's realized how bad this makes her look. Because this is pretty benign. I mean, look, I'm just using my relationship as context because that's realistically all I've got to go. Oh, I think my brain glitched. Gotcha. Yes, it did. It frequently does. Just going to use my relationship because that's the context that I have. I trust my husband so implicitly. Like, he and I have a loyalty, and I think the cheating thing is a deal breaker for both of us, right? So we're both weighting it in the same capacity. I don't know that if I found those particular messages that I would immediately think he was cheating. Do you know what I mean? I would seek the alternative, situation first. That's how vague they are. It's, yeah. Did I say a naughty word? What is going on? It was more because I caused you a small level of freak-outedness. I don't know. I don't know. But having said all of that, Emily is not my husband. Thank goodness. And she does have a history of being inappropriate with people, Rachel. So you could see that it could be something nefarious, right? Rachel is hoping that everyone forgot about her and Emily. Where is my folder? Sorry. Chuckin flashing going all over the place. Wait. Why didn't I have this prepared? Shame. Shame. Where is it? Where is it? Why don't I have it? I can't see it. I don't have the screenshot. Or I've named it something weird. No, I can't find it. Never mind. Never mind.
And then also Emily, who was back on Instagram following other women, posted this story where she writes, "Please leave my friends alone, thanks." And that's with relation to Giamara.
So she didn't read out the rest of that there, because what Emily then goes on to say is, "I'm just struggling to understand what your goal was with all of this, especially knowing now that you had apparently been in Amber Lynn's Discord since back when she was on the bus." Unprepared chicken alert. Oh, I'm being shamed. So this actually puts it into more context of like, yeah, it does sound like it's been taken out of context. I don't trust either of these people. But Rachel deliberately leaves off the bit that doesn't back up her argument.
And then also Emma friends alone, thanks. And that's with relation to Giamara, people thinking that there's like something going on between the two of them. Giamara also recently went live and Amber jumped in on the live, and it's very interesting, and it seems to me like it's Amber trying to make it look like she has a good relationship with this person as well. So this person can't be cheating with my girlfriend because I'm friends with them too. That's the vibe it gives. But if you listen to what Amber actually says and how she speaks, it sounds incredibly fake.
People doing this to me. This is real life shit.
Listen, I'm not laughing.
Amber Lynn and saying that Emily's texting her, Emily this. Fuck all y'all.
Whoa.
Oh my god, what was that? Holy shit. What the fuck was that?
This is good. I love passion.
Yes.
This is good content and good feelings, and I'm here for you, girl.
I'm here for you.
Oh my god, I love that.
But I'm just so tired of people involving me in shit. It's her.
By the way, Charlie Gold correctly clocked this as Amber desperately trying to stay relevant. Amber is anything but relevant anymore. And this was Amber just trying to get in and, you know, get eyes on her at this point.
Hurtful!
No, I totally get it. Trust me.
The way Amber's talking there, this was on Giamara's TikTok live that Amber dialed into. It sounds like this is somebody who Amber fucking hates, which makes sense because she hates anyone who gets any kind of attention from her girlfriend. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. What is clear about Emily is that she's not loyal. She doesn't have that part of her that goes, oh, I'm not going to do that because it might make Amber look bad. She doesn't think about how things are going to make Amber look. I think she hates herself for how much she wants Amber because of her size. She actually fucking hates Amber, but she is like willing to ignore every bad thing that Amber's ever done because she wants to retain access to her body.
How would one know that Emily hates Amber? How would one know that? Or does one hope she hates Amber? That's a very interesting take. Because, see, my theory, I thought she was talking about Emily. Did anybody else read that? My take is, of course, really? Weirdly. My take is, of course, that Emily likes the drama. There's some manner of currency going into that. Probably some manner of predilection as well. I don't actually think she hates Amber. That's weird. She's just desperately trying to get her relevancy back and Rachel is bought into it. To be fair, Rachel has to buy into it because Rachel exclusively covers Amber and won't move on. And as usual, she said it with full authority. She did. She really did. Hello, Amanda. Is someone jealous? Yeah. Rachel really seems to think she knows all of Emily's innermost thoughts and feelings. She does. And why does she think that? Because here's the thing. Initially, Rachel was saying that because Rachel was personally talking to Emily, which I understand. When you're talking to somebody, you feel like you're getting to know their point of view, you feel like you're getting to know them. I think that is a little bit more valid. According to Rachel, she has not been in like consistent DMs with Emily since November of last year. So that is what, 7 months at this point? Can one still claim to fully know the inner workings of someone if you haven't talked to them in 7 months? Unless, of course, it hasn't been 7 months. You get what I'm saying? TB Sinclair, thank you so much for becoming a Clucker. Welcome in. There is a Discord for you and also some members-only videos if you want to watch them. There is a link for anybody who got gifted memberships, by the way. There is a link of a tutorial in the description of this live as to how to link your YouTube account with Discord, but if you still have trouble after that, just shoot me a friend request. I'll get you in there. It's fine. If she admits she doesn't know how/who Emily really is, maybe it'll make Rachel have to question how much Emily meant what she said to her. Maybe her ego and pride just can't. Maybe. You don't think it has been 7 months? Given the familiarity, I'm thinking it hasn't been 7 months either. Either that or Rachel is just way extrapolating out the conversation that happened 7 months ago. Joke. Rachel wants to smooch Amber. Not Emily?
That's what I think is happening. And that's why when in Amber's Discord she posted this, it's our 2-year anniversary on June 26, when somebody says to her, when is you and Emily's 1-year anniversary? Amber is like positive and happy and proud to say, we've been together for 2 years. But this is the relationship that she's talking about. And she's seen Emily like 5 times in her whole life. In this same public Discord where Amber...
Yes, let's not forget that Rachel perceives long-distance relationships as completely fictional and made up. Sorry, Nuggets. I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of you.
Posted this comment about her and Emily having their 2-year anniversary. Somebody else shared conversations between themselves and Amber, and these screenshots are fascinating. So these are conversations where Amber is speaking to another person who claims to be speaking to...
Right, it's been 2 years. It has. When Amber and Emily first got together, I was not a reaction channel yet. And I remember, because I had just started thinking about starting a reaction channel, I'd started thinking about it when the Erica stuff was going down. So it must have been early June. And then this happened. It's been a while. Time flies. Oh my gosh. All aboard the sewer gondola. The visual I have in my head is like in, you know, Willy Wonka with the boat in the tunnel. Be like, what a baby, thank you so much. Rachel, I once suffered with limerence too. Heart emoji. Thank you so much, be like, what a baby. You remember when, LV, were you there in the beginning? I didn't realize you were there that early. I know you've been around for a long time. Rachel says something is fascinating when it says, then says the most boring thing in the world. Yeah, that's about right. My chicken VTuber is what drew you in? Are you serious? I have not always been a VTuber. It was actually an idea that one of the Nuggets in a live stream suggested, and that's when I did it. It used to just be a stationary chicken. Wow, really, LV? From the get-go. So you're an OG Nugget. I had no idea. I knew it was early. I just didn't realize it was that early. Aw. I remember those days. I had to get my tea from Geordie and abandoned Girl World. Then you came and pulled me back into this madness. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
a third woman, somebody who is having flirtatious conversations with Emily, Amber's ex. So Amber is speaking to the person who's speaking to the person who spoke.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Layla, you're in the middle of watching my latest Rachel deep dive. It's very interesting. That video, the last video I did, I almost want to say is required prior reading, because I think it puts some filters over the top of what Rachel is doing today. I don't think it makes her look very good. I really don't. Can't remember what drew you in. It was definitely the welcoming atmosphere that kept you coming back. Oh, I love that, Kex.
Spoke to Emily, right? Bit complicated, but that's what we're looking at here. So they were having this conversation, and you can see Amber says to this person, what's her Discord name? And the person writes, let me ask her, I think blank something, oops, I was wrong. And then she gives the name, and she writes, something is her Snap, she asked you to add her if that's all right. Amber puts, I added her. So this is Amber adding the girl who she thinks has been speaking to her girlfriend. And then this person says, sorry, I hope you're okay. And Amber puts, it's okay. This person writes, I just want to emphasize that she's straight, and that these were just voice conversations and selfies. She doesn't believe there was any explicit content. But regardless, this person's main question is why Emily decided to tell her where she worked and all this personal information with knowing her only a day. It's just concerning. Why is she entertaining other women without you knowing? It's just sus.
If you're gonna go through it all, why read it out like you're listing it? Just read the clucking thing. You know, this makes it sound like she's skimming it, yet she's hitting all of the sentences, and I'm keeping track because she was dodgy on the last one. Why not just read it normally? It's that's weird.
Basically is the idea. And then Amber replies, which is absolutely fascinating, I just need more proof of the flirting and stuff.
She hasn't included that on the screen. That's not on the screen.
What kind of pics did Tommy send her? This is so interesting because it's Amber like trying to get the scoop on this.
Ah, there we go. I just needed more proof of the flirting. This is still very second-hand information though. This is very difficult to read. Rachel used to do a lot better. Her videos used to be a lot better, a lot easier, a lot more thorough. Things have gone rapidly downhill. It's been fun to hear your intro change from baby egg to chick to pullet. Yes. I'm trying to decide when I would stop being a pullet. Maybe at like 20,000 or maybe 50,000. I'll be a pullet for a while.
This girl who was speaking to her girlfriend, and it's just wild. And she goes, I can ask, but genuinely that's all I currently have. I think a lot had to do with voice messages more than anything, and probably selfies. Yes, I do believe she was flirting. Amber puts show me, and this person says, I did with the one picture, asking my friend if she has any more information. She's waiting to gather more to show for evidence since my pal is literally straight. You can pause to read these and, you know.
I'm going to pause to read these. Hang on, I need to pull it onto the screen in front of me to read it. Oh no, that's not better. This is very bad, Rachel. Sorry, there's going to be microphone noises because I need to get my face closer to the monitor and I need to move the microphone. So what did she say? I did with the one, is after saying, Amber saying, show me. I did with the one picture, asking my friend if she has any more information. She was waiting to gather more to show for evidence since my pal is literally straight. Dead emoji. Like LMAO. I'm just curious as to the snap she sent her a bit ago saying I'm clucked up, then proceeding to send her the SS I sent you. Like, huh. Amberlynn said, I have no idea. Then this person, and by the way, Rachel, we're still not blurring people's names. I thought that's what we were doing. We can see name and avatar. She already blocked because she's trying to state she knows because she's trying to state she know and was doing it intentionally. Not redacted name. Tommy, like, was testing Amber. Sorry, like, was testing the Amberverse, the Cluck. Did that make sense to anybody? Did I just read a bunch of... I don't know. I'm touching my microphone again. What is that? What is this? Oh, thank you. As has a screenshot. So proceeding to send her the screenshot I sent you. So this person is apparently straight, talking to Emily, collecting screenshots of Emily flirting, and then sending it to this person who's speaking to Amber Lynn and is sending it to Amber. What? Is this hard? Yeah, I wondered if it was me reading it, because, like, I know I'm aware that I have trouble reading things because of dyslexia, and I try to get through that as the best I can. This is also very small and very blurry, and it's on HD even. That did not make sense to me. I'm wriggling in my chair. I'm sorry. I have to do a chair wriggle. Yeah. I love that the chat is intimate enough that we can keep up with the combo and it's not the same 3 people whose comments being noticed all the time. Yeah, I do. I try to share the love. I do. Yeah, so look, I don't really know how to make sense of this conversation. Yeah. Shall I just leave it there? LV, thank you so much for sending in 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everybody who just got gifted 1 courtesy of LV. Can we get some chicken butts or juicy peaches in the chat for LV? Thank you. Thank you so much. Butts for LV. Yeah, don't forget, the link that LV just put up is how to connect your YouTube account to the Discord should you want to take advantage of it. If you still have trouble after that, shoot me a friend request and I'll get you in.
Full if you want to, but what's kind of got my attention about them is the way Amber's speaking. So Amber's like, I want to know what she looks like, please, and that's what she's interested in.
Okay, hang on. She's got more up. Okay. She's not reading them. I'm moving the microphone again. My face needs to be very close to the screen. Sorry about the microphone noises. Okay. Ask if you can get screenshots of their TikTok convo. Bob replies TikTok. Were they messaging there? I asked her to directly reach out to your girl. Would be much easier with communication.
Like,
sorry, I accidentally clicked. Would be much easier with communication as to this crap. Amber responds. Amanda, thank you so much. When do we get to send /spam cassowaries in the chat? Oh, I should make a cassowary. I'll work on that for you. Yeah, there needs to be a cassowary emoji. Thank you so much, Amanda. I appreciate you. Okay. But bear with me. I'm reading nonsense. I'm attempting to. So Amber responded, yes, where can we talk? Ask her. Bob replies with a screenshot of something that I cannot see. It's pixels. She's gonna do you here on Discord, I think. Oh, madam. Amberlynn responds with, what's her Discord name?
I want to know what she looks like, please. And that's what she's interested in, right? She doesn't seem to care that her partner is cheating on her.
So then Bob says, do not clucking believe she did that shit intentionally. Amber responds with, I want to know what redacted looks like, please. What? Okay. Bob responds, her Snapchat account was literally marked as female 26 something. The username of it. She added her with... Are these sentences? Is this me? I feel like I'm having a stroke reading this. What the cluck? I think your girlfriend has a bit of explaining to do why she's still repeating the same behavior and trying to play it off as she was doing it intentionally. Geez, I'm disappointed in her. She even told me the message. She messaged her on Insta. Amber replied saying, I can see the Insta. Bob replies, I don't have her Instagram, sorry. I just meant she told me she had messaged her on it. Is this making sense to anybody? I cannot deal with this. Like I said, this is only a random online friend I've made, sadly. I don't really know what she looks like, etc. Amber responded, when she said, quote, cute pic, by the way, was it a selfie? Bob said, I'm assuming so, yes. So even, they don't even know. Amber responded with, is redacted fat, like no offense, lol, that's Tommy's type.
She wants to know who her partner's cheating with. What do they look like? Can I see their Insta? Who are they? It's not the fact that she's been betrayed and she's heartbroken and hurt, and her relationship between her and Tommy.
This is very difficult to track. Yeah, so is someone accusing Emily of messaging her on Instagram? Okay, so Bob is casual friends / acquaintances with somebody who is straight, who is pretending to flirt with Emily so they can get screenshots to send back to Amber. I think that is the case. It's adults trying to be teens, trying to be adults. It's really bad. That sounds right. I think. I don't know. These people are so messy. It's very difficult.
Me is strained. It's that no, she wants to look at that girl. She wants to know, what does she look like? How fat is she a threat? She's not actually bothered by the betrayal, you know what I mean? And then she put is blank.
No, I disagree with that. I think Amber is trying to ascertain whether this could be a romantic back and forth or whether it could be explained as something else, right? Because if it's another large, non-proportional person, Amber might be more likely to think, well, we know that's Emily's predilection, so that is more likely to be romantic. But if it's some, skinny chickie running around, then maybe that's less likely to be romantic. Right? That's how I'm reading it.
Fat, like no offense, but that's Tommy's type. And that's really strange. It's like Amber doesn't care who the person is, but she's invested in finding out if they're fatter than her, which really does highlight the extent and, the real nature of the relationship between these two. Another point to raise here is that people were claiming that there was inappropriate content being put on Amber's Discord at the same sort of time. And
that you use language like claiming. Okay.
Rather than spending hours and hours and hours digging into, investigating and trying to get rid of this inappropriate content and age restricting her Discord, instead she was doing this, trying to find out who her girlfriend was flirting with and whether that person was fatter than her or not. So yeah, it seems like that's what happened. That's why they broke.
Rachel added that whether or not she was fatter than her. Amber didn't actually say that. Rachel's just inferred that and then made it fact.
Broke up. That's what went first and preceded all of the drama, and that's like the sort of situation that surrounded that. But then very quickly, I believe it was like the next day, in her Discord, Amberlynn Reid added everyone and put Tommy and I are back together. And it is just this.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel.
Incredibly childish high school romance. So yeah, Emily can't be trusted. Calciprice, right? Who's shocked? No one. Fork founding kid.
Okay, so can we just acknowledge that Rachel just said Emily can't be trusted? Yet, Rachel seems to believe everything Emily tells her, ever. It's like all fact. Yeah, it's so much better to not have the real drama in your life and to just watch it on a screen. But like, life doesn't need to be this hard. They're like challenging themselves by playing on hard mode. Amber don't care about that. She just cares if Emily is only talking to her or not. Yeah.
Yeah, Emily, the feeder, who we warned Amber to not be with like 2 years ago, ended up being a non-trustworthy, scheming individual.
Oh my gosh. Yes, cat lady. I have zero drama in my life. This is my reality TV slop. Same. Yeah.
Who'd have thunk it? Very quickly, to touch on Amber's Discord while we're here, may as well. Amber had this Discord. It had like 3,000 people in it. Everybody was chatting shit and posting inappropriate stuff. It was not properly modded. Amber put it behind a paywall, and then when she realised that nobody was going to pay...
That's not how I understood it. Does anybody know in here, Darkwick, I know you follow these things very closely. I thought she applied for monetization on Discord and was rejected by Discord. Not that she realized people weren't going to pay. Anybody want to weigh in on that? Just curious about that.
And people were dropping off. She then took it back out from behind a paywall, age restricted it, and then deleted it. I do keep saying that I think that Discord drama to me is very, very dull.
Is it? I'm interested to hear you say that. I very much am.
And I just do not care about it. We know Amber's evil, and having an environment where she can thrive and have as much direct attention from her cronies as possible is not going to do her any good. And I'm glad that Discord was deleted. There is another Discord between Amber and only her very close people. And I believe more will come out about that. I think that's just their environment. They can chat to each other, do their thing. I truly don't give a fuck. But
This is very interesting to hear her talking about a Discord, especially because a lot of what Rachel says is actual projection from herself. So if you notice, she's using a lot of minimizing language around this Discord of Amber's. Like, it's no big deal. They're just all in there and they can chat whatever they want. I don't care. It's very dull. But she cares so much. She does. But she also knows that she can't really bring criticism to it without it also highlighting her own fumble on a Discord. So it's a funny situation she's in. Very, very funny. So Mary is saying Rachel was correct about Amber removing her own, and Darkwick saying she was monetized and then it was taken from her, I believe. So, I mean, I don't know. Ultimately, it probably doesn't really matter which one it was. The fact that there was CP cruising around on that Discord is not okay. It's not funny. It's a very, very serious thing. I hate it. And the way that Amber dealt with it is appalling. Absolutely appalling. The fact that she doesn't mention Amber almost getting arrested or refers to it as dull and boring. Yeah, it was a crime. There was a crime committed, but no, it's dull and boring. Again, it's Rachel's limited perspective on life. She cannot get out of her own head. Yeah. Not a troll. No, it seems like it wasn't. It's funny. She has a speck of self-awareness around that, at least just a bit, but not the right self-awareness. It is unacceptable. Yeah. Yes. Apparently so. It's a crime. Exactly. We literally couldn't expect anything else from someone who behaved the way she did around Libby. I agree. I think her radar for what is acceptable and what isn't is very off. But the fact that Rachel is sitting here and saying it's just dull and doesn't want to get into it, it's not good. Yes. Whoops. Whoops. Remember, DV is also T, according to Rachel. Indeed.
But what was interesting to me was the fact that Amber tried to monetize the initial Discord. And I think that that's what's kind of key here. What Amber needs is to make some money, right? She's got 2 months left, 2.5 months left of no YouTube income. How is she going to pay the bills in those?
That's if she is allowed to reapply. We don't know if she is allowed to reapply. You know, we would have to see their communication with YouTube, their internal comms, to know whether she can apply or not.
2 months. That is what I'm fascinated to see, and I think she's going to be forced to make content of some kind. And that brings us to the end. That video was a bit different than the way I normally film. Instead of like having a clear script, I've just been like spitballing off points, but I feel like with this sort of topic it's more useful to do that because there's like so much to say. It also makes the videos like a bit more real because I'm like not like, this is a line, now here is another line.
I know, but Rachel, your strength is when you do your scripted videos. Your unscripted videos are what get you into trouble. That's because you're listening to Vera. What? Someone said ethical PDF files? And I don't believe that just because they haven't done it yet doesn't mean they are never going to do it. Oh, people that control it. Yeah, that's a deep conversation. That is a whole video in and of itself. The ethics classes were missing from her philosophy degree, I guess.
And like 55 million cuts is just, this is how I actually talk. And here we are. Let me know your thoughts. What's going to happen? Is Girl World dead forever? Am I going to have to move on to Quirky Love Rosee?
Rachel, you need to move on anyway. This looks really bad. Really bad. I know that you're going to annoy some people by covering Rosee. Maybe pick someone else?
I truly hope not, because I do not like her, but I am watching some stuff about her and she's getting more interesting. I think she's finally getting the girl world break that she appears to have been chasing after all this time. I think she's been carefully positioning herself for the past year or so to try and overtake Amber and become the new main girl. And I think it might be working, so fair play. That is that. I'm going to edit this video nice and quick.
To be fair, I will just preface this with, if she does start covering Rosalind, there's going to be a lot of very interesting Rachel content to cover if she does that. There's going to be, like, that whole Rosee situation is so deep. I cannot believe how deep it goes. And with that in mind, and knowing how ignorant Rachel tends to be, it will make for decent Rachel content. I personally don't love the idea of her covering Ros, but, you know, it'll keep Rachel interesting, is my point. And, oh, actually, what would that do? Because Rachel likes to go sewer spelunking, and Ros likes to get parasocial. What would that do? Whoa. And Rachel, what have you been doing? All those flirty texts. Rachel, ma'am, get a mirror. Yeah. Yeah, Ros and Rachel are going to be a nightmare duo. Yeah.
This week I'm going to Amsterdam. I'm in Amsterdam Thursday until Monday.
She travels a lot.
So I'll post next week and we'll be cracking on with whatever the hell is happening in the world. So be a good girl and stay subscribed, and I will hold your hand through the trials and tribulations of Girl World. Okay.
I am not subscribed, as you can see here. Shall I be a good girl and stay not subscribed? Does that still work in the other direction?
Okay, thanks for watching. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And I am going to go and take a shower because it's hot as fuck.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, totally just getting out of the shower.
In this office. Alright, I'll see you later. Bye.
Okay. Fun fact, Rachel has had this background for years, like since she was trying to be all of the influencers. This turned up really early on. I want to say like 2018 or 2019, something like that. You unsubbed the first time she got messy? Which first time was that? Okay, now we're going to move on to the Roz Paradise thing. I just need a very super quick break, so I'm going to pop you on the be right back screen because these videos are hopping and I can't just disappear. So I recommend if anybody needs a pedal break or a water break, definitely go do that now. I will be back. I have returned. Hello, hello. I just remembered, by the way, I was going to say that if you wanted to continue watching the Rachel video that we were doing last time, if you would prefer to stay with Rachel, we can do that because this really big video here, we got to 50 minutes, I think. It wasn't super interesting, but if you prefer Rachel, we can stay with Rachel rather than going to Roz. So what I'm going to do is just pop up a little poll and ask. And I'm typing. And now I know how to do polls on Twitch. Twitch can have one too. Whoops, cannot type. There we go. Everybody has a poll. Vote for Roz, boo Rachel. Everybody has their own preferences. I need to do a cute little break screen like Charlie has. I really like that. But I could make it all my chickens and, you know, fun little like yakety sax kind of tune to go with their shenanigans. Yeah, bedtime, Benita. Yeah, you should. Sleep is important. You voted to see how the poll's going. Looks like, I'll just give it a little bit longer, but it's looking like Roz on both Twitch and YouTube. I love that everybody's so connected in their thought processes. Chicken break screen. I have some really funny footage of my chickens when they were babies, and I just like, I put the phone down in front of them and just watch them run around. It's very funny, very funny. You pretended to sleep. Ah, okay. Basically, Amsterdam is a hotspot for party travel, so British men go on substances and get rowdy, harass everyone, get violent, and it gets so bad that they had to make a campaign asking them not to visit. Oh my gosh. I mean, as an Aussie, I have to say that, you know, I'm among some of the most hated travelers in the world. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, that sounds rough. All right. I'm going to take the vote. Most of the vast majority of you want Ros, so let's do that. So this video that I've done, where is it? There it is. This is an excerpt from a Nikki T live, which you can't see. I need to change my view. It's a Nikki T live. If mods, if you wouldn't mind linking Nikki T's channel through this, she was so amazing to leave timestamps, so I didn't have to go through and listen to it all. So I've sort of listened to things, I sort of haven't. It's a little bit fresh, and yeah, basically Ros got on a TikTok live with Stefan from Paradise. And yeah, they talked to each other. She is, you cannot convince me in any way, shape or form that Ros isn't loving all of this. She's using a documentary that is supposed to be bringing awareness to exploited women in this industry as a chance to just have her 15 minutes of fame. It's kind of gross, and, you know, why do people dislike Australians? Is it just America that's fascinated by Australia? Yes. Australians, there's a very big drinking culture here, like massive, and usually when we go traveling, we're very loud and generally unpleasant. Not this mother clucker though. Yeah, she's loving the hell out of this and she thinks she deserves it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Darkwick. Yeah, there is going to be a whole lot of content shared around SA and also forced consumption of, you know, and also a lot of conditions related speak that I will need to censor. So yeah, it's a heavy discussion. You guys all have cool accents. Very must do another song. I actually have 2 planned. It's just this. It's crazy because they're like, say, 2 or 3 minute parodies take more time than the 2-hour video that I just did to edit. There's so much work in them and very little reward, but they're fun for me. So yeah, there's 2 planned. I need to get around to it. I've been so time poor lately that it's been a struggle to just keep up with the schedule that I'm running at the moment. All right, let's get into this. Prepare yourselves. We probably won't get through all of it, but we'll see how we go. Most of the interesting stuff happens fairly quickly. Yeah.
And I am being fucking railroaded right now by everybody, by all sides. And if it wasn't...
Sorry, please continue. I don't mean to interrupt you.
If it wasn't for Shelby, Audrey, and Rissa, and like, you know, the last remaining like real people in my life right here, and like even Minxie coming back up and Shelby making peace there, and like, you know, this is terrible. Paradise was supposed to be something positive, and where has it gotten us? On a
Just in case anyone is wondering about my take on this man, I've done a lot of research into basically what his equivalent would be on the Eugenia end of the spectrum. And in my opinion, this man is at the very best scenario exploitative of vulnerable persons. I think more realistic, we're looking at a predator here. there's so much about this situation that is not okay, and he's exploiting it for money at every turn. And I am going to be covering the documentary series. It will need to be done off of YouTube, unfortunately, because it's an HBO thing. There's no way that YouTube is going to allow that. So I will be streaming it on Patreon and Discord. So if you have been considering and you want to support, maybe head on over to one of those platforms. And I'm also going to aim to set it up as a single purchase as well. If you didn't want to subscribe financially, you can just go to Patreon and do a single purchase. Unfortunately, it's the only way I'm going to be able to get away with it, is to have it behind a paywall. It is what it is. All 3 hours at once. Oh, maybe. Actually, I might be able to set aside a day for it. I have a lot of thoughts, things that can't be said on YouTube. Thank you so much, LV. But yeah, maybe we could. If they're all released at once, we could. For sure.
Fucking murder mystery channel. Okay, sorry. Now your turn.
No, you're fine, and I apologize. I'm not trying. You gave me my time to speak, so I'm not trying to be rude. So, the first thing I want to say out the gate, because it seems to me it's pretty clear that you haven't seen anything that's come directly from me and my content, because I don't involve myself with the LCU. I think that shit's disgusting.
And yet, she's been talking about it for a couple of weeks now.
I will never involve myself in the LCU, and I am frustrated that all of this is even involved in that universe, because that's grimy garbage content. I called it moldy hot dog water, to be specific. I don't want to be involved in it at all. But I want to state that this entire time through this process, the timing of Shay's passing is horrible. Regardless of my opinion of you or any person involved, anyone who knew Shay is a human being and deserves grace and time to mourn. And this is a layer of complexity.
So for anybody who's catching up with this, Shay is somebody that was part of this house, this paradise house, which is kind of like a content house sort of / bunny ranch sort of for super morbidly obese women. Shay unfortunately passed away while being part of this house. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but I believe that the documentary is kind of focusing on this too. Yeah. All he does is justify his predilection as being anti-fatphobic. And it's just not. He's not a good man, and he's masquerading as somebody innocent. It's not okay.
That is deeply upsetting, and I had no relationship.
All right, you think she passed after it was made? Okay, but regardless, though, somebody passed as a result of this house.
With Shay, I never interacted with her. I barely even knew about her or of her, so I won't speak on her as a person, and I haven't this entire time, and I will never want to disrespect that. And regardless of my opinion of you, which I have many, and I'm the kind of person where if I say something behind your back, I'll say it to your face, right? I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for correcting me, everyone. So she passed recently. It has nothing to do with the documentary, but she was part of this house. And this is the sort of thing that's going to get very difficult to talk around on YouTube, but follow my euphemisms if you can. It's a touchy topic that YouTube doesn't like. It's tricky because consent becomes questionable when you're dealing with these kinds of conditions. If you follow my drift, whether or not these women can fully consent, legally they can, but ethically, that's where the question comes in. And it would be fair to say that potentially these women outside of this house are going to do the same thing. Absolutely, that's possible. But the thing that I keep coming back to is the permission base for the condition to worsen and continue. And being in a content house that is focused on this absolutely gives you free rein to fully indulge your condition. And that's what makes it so dangerous. This man is facilitating and encouraging this. And I don't agree with it. I will never agree with it. Understandably, these women can run their lives the way they want to. But the fact that he's there profiting and encouraging, absolutely not. I have no patience for this man. As far as I'm concerned, he's Keem level adjacent at this point. Well, actually, probably worse than Keem. Right, Stefan explained it as she left 2 years before the end, and it had nothing to do with him. Okay. All right, I'll continue.
You know, you're someone I would want to be friends with. But I will sit here and say that you're a human being, and that was someone that was close to you, and you have your right to your grief. At the same time, in that grief, I think there's room for grace. However, I find it interesting that that was your first response to.
This is your first peek into QLR and you're a little lost. I'll try and explain as I go for sure. But basically what you need to know right now is that Roz has nothing to do with this paradise thing. She went to Vegas to appear on this documentary that is about this, which is normal for documentaries. You know, they seek outside perspectives and things like that. And she is inserting herself, like her life depends on it, into this whole situation. She is exploiting it herself. Amanda, thank you so much for 5 months. Do we think Stefan is trying to convince the world or himself that he's facilitating an acceptance environment? Why not both? It's a good question though, it is. Thank you so much. You're about to hatch next month. Ooh. You think he's already convinced? Far worse than Keem, and you're not a fan of Keem at all. You've lived very close to this house, right? Yeah, it's not good. It's really not good. And I'm so sorry. There's just such limited things I can say on YouTube about this, but this is not a good man.
When you were acting out and your wrongdoing towards the situation, toward me specifically. Because yes, you are grieving, and there is a layer there where I find understanding, and I don't ever want to discredit that. But I do want to point out that that was your first response, instead of just holding the accountability for your actions. That I do have in screen recording that the words you did say when you did not have the information.
Like, which part are you talking about?
You were calling me a bitch when you.
Also, I'm pretty sure Roz is upset that this man said that he didn't flirt with her, and then she brought forward the quote receipts that show that he did flirt with her. It's very messy. For some reason, she just really wants to be claimed by this group of people.
You were talking about in the last live when, this live was very different, but the last live when I joined in and someone saw my name and I was dogpiled on for almost 30 minutes, and you said specifically to me that you watched my prior corn content related to feederism.
I didn't watch it. Somebody sent me a clip. Because I had no idea who you are. Like the whole time.
Then I may have misconstrued that clip then. Okay. All right. Fair enough. You might have said it.
I mean,
I know English isn't your first language, so okay.
It's completely
Then I may have misunderstood that. But that was a very upsetting situation for me. And that is something that is thrown in my face constantly as someone who, again, you may not know my story, but I'm an ex-feedie.
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at these comments. I hadn't read the comments when I was editing this. Rosee acting like she's relevant. Don't give him the time of day.
I left feederism in a very big way. I have a podcast interview that I did on.
Yeah, right? Why is she so mad that he didn't watch her corn? What the hell? She just so badly wants to be part of this. She is convinced that she is a main character in this situation. And yeah, she's just not. There is a huge live being sniped right now on this. Really? Who's so are they live right now? I don't want to snipe, just FYI, my nuggets. I don't trust that these people are going to say the correct things, and I don't want to put my channel at risk, so I will not be live sniping. Also, they are very brave to be doing this on TikTok because TikTok can actually be a little bit more conservative than YouTube. Libby sniping. Nice. Yeah, I don't wanna be sniping. Yeah, she's convinced that she's the main character in every situation. That's pretty much what's going on here. It's Elizabeth Richardson. Yeah. Varuvia, is it? I think is her username. What's a snipe? I'm too old for this. She's streaming their live stream live. So there's no delay. You're watching it all together. And that's why I don't want to do it, because I can't edit bad terminology out. And they will use bad terminology. It's just not worth it for me. You're waiting for it to drop and Rosie's not even going to be there. I will laugh so hard if her entire bit was what was in the trailer and it's just like that one line and maybe like a sentence extra, but nothing really. It's still going to be an interesting watch though, regardless. Who was that? Dawn. Oh, Down. Nearly did it again. Down by the river. Thank you so much. Earlier today, someone brought up the idea of a house run with the opposite side of the condition scale as it's focused, and I haven't been able to get that out of my head. Why is this acceptable? That is exactly right. That is such a good take, and it's true, right? If this was Eugenia and a bunch of other girls who are similar, women who are similar, would we all be as idle about it? There is a weird double standard with the two ends of the condition, and from what I can figure, all it comes down to is that when you're talking about like Eugenia's end of the spectrum, it's all not fun, it's restriction, it's, you know, this, that, and the other, whereas the end of the spectrum that Roz is at, it's like, well, at least she gets to eat cake kind of thing, and that seems to be what it boils down to. One is sacrifice, the other is indulgence, and so therefore we get a lighter tone on this end of the spectrum. Exactly, both end in not alive, and they're both as bad as each other, and the conditions themselves really operate very similarly. When you look at the brain function and when you look at the thought processes and the motivations, they are very similar. I mean it when I say they're both the same condition in different flavors. That's all. And so if you wouldn't accept a content house with Eugenia and the like, then you shouldn't accept a content house with these women and the like. And this man should be thought of as just the same way as a man who was running a content house with Eugenia-like subjects. Thank you so much, Down. I appreciate you. Very generous.
The We're All Insane podcast, where I bore my fucking soul on everything I've been through. And Girl World has relentlessly tried to discredit me and make me out into a liar and like my trauma isn't real when it...
We don't have to make out anything. You're catching yourself, madam.
Very much is.
I heard about that. Like, and then again, it's just gossip. It's just hearsay.
Right.
I never went for any receipts or whatever. Those YouTube channels are relentless about you, girl. Like, you
I know.
Why? Like, I mean, this is an honest question.
Thank you so much, LV. Another 5 gifted memberships. Far too generous. Thank you. Congratulations to everybody who just got gifted a membership. Can we get juicy peaches and chicken butts in the chat for LV? And Maxine, thank you so much. Really appreciate how you approach these topics. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very generous. Thank you so much. In a sense, it's worth keeping in mind, because I think it's really difficult to explain how these conditions affect the mind. Like, as somebody who's been at both ends, though not as severe, trying to articulate it and explain it to people who haven't experienced it, it's difficult, so I try. And what I can say is that it's worth viewing these women, first and foremost, as a victim of their condition. And if the condition were trying to, say, perpetuate itself and keep itself alive, having somebody like this man telling you it's good, it's financially beneficial, it's sexy, it's, you know, all of these things, then your condition just gets to go, okay, yes, I get to thrive in this environment. But the condition, make no mistake, the condition will take these women out. You miss Michael B. Petty. Yeah. I'm not sure if I got the Michael B. Petty bit in here. I don't know where he came up, but yeah, he was trying to challenge Roz as well. Yes, and it impacts the condition, not just the actions. It does. It really does. It's insidious. And, you know, these conditions, when it comes to mental health conditions, these particular conditions are some of the hardest to treat. They just like fully take over the brain, your actions, the way you perceive the world, and changes everything. And when people try to seek help, like rehabilitation or something like that, it has a very high relapse rate. I will have to dig out studies to tell you exactly what they are, but I might come prepared for the documentary. And it indicates just how bad somebody like this man in their life can be when you're talking about something like that.
Yes.
Like, why are you still on social media with that?
Because I'm not going to let them drive me off.
Okay,
because I'm not going to.
No, it's because you love it. You've wanted to be in Girl World since the beginning. You went on an advertising campaign for yourself a few years ago. I'm going to do a video on that, everybody. And Nikki calls it Rosa's World Tour or something like that. Funny. No, she loves it. That's why she's not letting them drive her off. No, she loves it.
Let them.
It's a pride
I'm not going
issue.
to let them. A pride issue? I don't agree with that.
No, that's what I mean.
Well,
like,
okay, well, Stefan, let me ask you the same question.
yeah,
You have a lot
I'll
of
tell
faith.
you. I'll tell you. For me, it's a pride issue. I will not let fucking Piggy Stardust run me off of the internet with a fucking SA for entertainment campaign. I'm not. Like, if I quit, if I hang the towel on this, I'm going to hang the towel because I want to, not because some crazy made me.
Well, I can agree with the not wanting to hang the towel part of your statement. I deeply disagree that Kimmy is doing SA for entertainment. Like I personally
She said it herself. She posted it herself and she got busted. You want me to show you the screenshot? She posted that SA is entertainment.
I have to go, guys. I'm on 1%. I'll message you.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I dipped too, madam.
I don't. Unless I see that, I don't believe that.
I'll show you. I don't have a problem. Like, listen, Rosie. Everything I say is usually me defending myself, and everything I say, I have receipts for. I'm never going to talk shit about you unless I have receipts. I mean, the only shit I talked about you was literally just like, a little back and forth, like bantering and bullying each other.
Yeah, he didn't really talk shit. He just kind of said, I don't know who this person is. And then she brought up receipts about past interactions that they've had that were very oblique, where it's like, I would understand if he didn't remember who she was.
Right? Because it's okay. Like, I really want you to know, I'm also completely fine if you absolutely hate me, if you don't like me, whatever. This right here, us two on this screen in front of 500 people having a decent, normal, calm and collected discussion. No screaming, no names, no bullshit, taking turns talking. That's what's called like just common human decency, You can hate me all.
I don't entertain that shit. When I was younger, I was a lot more explosive and all of that. But in my current state of life, I'm not doing this. So I just think I was willing to come up because I feel like when I said what I said in the chat in the beginning, it seemed to click for you, at least because I'm speaking about me and my involvement. I believe victims, period. And I'm someone who I watched all of that go down in 2021 as things were happening. And I'm someone who aligns myself with the other side. And I'm not going to sit here and like, I guess, for lack of a better term, like placate you.
Yes, you remember the whole Thinspo thing on Tumblr, not very good for developing minds. Sea Dragon, believe it or not, it's still very prevalent on Reddit. it's right there. You can see some really explicit things that are horrible for developing minds. It hasn't gone away. Yeah, he uses very manipulative language to gain favor and buy-in. He does. He's doing his best to come across as, quote, a normal guy. Which, by the way, if you didn't see my stream, I was going through the Nikki T shorts that she'd put up, and on his Instagram page, his username is something like SSBBW fan 73 or something. And then in his description on his Instagram account is just a normal guy. Like, no, sir, you are not. You are a predator, and I will die on that hill, sir. TikTok is insane right now. You're disgusted? Yeah. Considering it's the most conservative out of all of the platforms, it does a bad job. Oh, did you get a word refused? I have blocked words that will cause issues for my account, and it's all in the conditions related space. Just use the word condition. It'll be okay. Normal guys are in fact not like this. Yes. Indeed. Thank you so much, LV, by the way, for linking Nikki. Everyone who's coming in, don't forget this is Nikki T's channel that I got this from. An absolutely amazing channel. Please give her some love if you haven't been over there yet. Another Aussie with a wicked sense of humor, if I do say so myself.
Right.
No, you don't have to, but will you at least listen and believe me that, like, okay, it's completely correct, it's completely acceptable that you believe victims, but do you still believe victims when I can show you proof that some of these victims were recruited? Some of these...
Yes, but no. Yes, they were recruited. Yes, it looks like they're giving consent, but by the standard of just the fact that the condition is on the table and at play means that the power imbalance is off. It's not the same as like just recruiting some people for a content house. It is not the same. And you can't spin that like that. It just, as soon as a condition is on the table, it's different. It has to be different. He is encouraging this behavior. He's encouraging the condition. He is preventing, or at the very least, giving them a reason to not seek help. Absolutely not. Cannot stand this man. He, by the way, had a defamation lawsuit. And you know how lawsuit videos are like my most favorite thing ever? I was thinking of maybe doing a video on his lawsuit. You're talking about reporting channels. Yes, please. Yes. I really, really like the lawsuit videos. I just something about it. I just love digging through it. I like finding the images for the text, and then I like reading them out, and then I like converting them into normal speak. It just tickles me. I love it so much.
Victims called me, and I have recorded phone calls of them coming to me and saying, "Oh my God, I am so sorry. I was an asshole. Piggy convinced me to make a video about you." Would that change your mind at all?
I'm not speaking on that without further information. I'm not going to be trapped into agreeing with you.
No.
Rosee, but he's literally telling you that he has proof of what's going on, and he's willing to send it to you, so you don't have to speak on it. But he's showing you.
If you send me the proof or whatever, I will
look at it. I don't want you to switch sides. You are very valid. Your opinion is completely valid. You are.
This man is somehow making Roz look rational. Hey Creeds, welcome in. Thank you so much for modding today. Why are you sorry? What has happened?
Just as much as an outsider in my story as I am an outsider in your story.
I think that's a fair statement.
Yes.
In the sense that we don't have a real life connection. But
Right.
I will say I've consumed more content about your behavior over the years than you have for me.
That is
so I
correct.
feel I do have more of an opinion as a viewer, whether you're on Stefan's side or the side of Kimmy and everyone else. I just think that this is a situation where I firmly stand in the fact that I do not like a lot of your direct behavior I've seen with my own eyeballs, where there's been many situations where I feel like you do not hold yourself accountable, you deflect, you also do I mean, you did it to me. I watched you misinterpret the messages right directly in front of your face on multiple occasions.
The messages from you to me?
Yes.
Okay.
When saying things that were not true with the screenshots right in your front face, I don't fuck with that. I don't like that.
But then again,
that is deceptive, Stefan.
Rosee, you told me there was a message where you said you want to come here. And it's not this.
So what happened?
Yeah. And she actually shared that screenshot herself on her Instagram, so I don't know why she's denying it now. She said she wanted to go to Vegas to get in on the SSBBW poly scene. And he responded saying, well, there isn't much of a poly scene in Vegas except for my house. Ha ha ha.
My very vague memory.
Because let's not forget, for those who are new to this, Roz claims that she was, quote, groomed into polyamory. And the way she describes polyamory, I'm pretty sure she just means like S parties and swinging, not polyamory.
Is I found you organically on TikTok prior to anything blowing up regarding you. I found you and I was like, I saw the videos and I saw what was happening and I was like, oh, if I ever go to Vegas, that would be so cool. At the time, I was actively in feederism, but you made a lot of disgusting comments as well about how like, oh, I probably was just in your Discord because I was looking for feedy stuff and it wasn't there. Like that's just gross.
Rosee.
That's a gross thing to say, Stefan.
I'm curious. Can I ask you a question, hun?
Yes. I don't know.
What's your goal outcome in this whole entire situation?
My goal outcome?
Yeah. Like, what is your purpose involvement in this whole situation?
That's a very valid question. Yeah.
I think that is a good question, but I feel like that falls under stuff that I would want to discuss revolving NDAs, as well as the fact of having, I said in the beginning of this,
not necessarily.
I love how Roz uses words that are like wrong, like revolving instead of involving, although I probably do that too. She does it a lot, like when she's trying to sound smart. Cramlings, did I miss you come in? Thank you so much for coming in today. She literally just wants attention and to be the center of attention. Yeah, she does. Also, whenever they ask her a direct question that is actually a good question, like, what is your goal? Answer that. She deflects and she's like, this isn't a safe space, or I can't talk about what I want to talk about, and things like that. So I think she's come in with an argument in her mind that she wants to get across to this guy, which is basically, why aren't you acknowledging me? But she isn't prepared for any actual off-the-cuff questions like was just asked, because that's a simple one. What is your goal for having come on this live? What do you want? Well, to get awareness to my side of the story would be the answer. No problem, Stuart Brat. Thank you so much for coming in. Fair, geek. Yeah, she word vomits of stuff she reads on Google.
Not necessarily, because you're giving a lot of output. Go ahead. What?
Thank you. I'd like to finish my answer. What I was saying was, I do not want to speak on my involvement in the docuseries until it is out, and I made that.
I'm not talking about the docuseries.
That's not what was asked. That's just not what was asked.
Honey, I'm talking about the situation with Stefan you were just speaking of. What is your goal outcome of your involvement with the situation right here at hand?
Oh, like with this conversation?
No, with everything. With everything, not the docuseries. We don't have to talk about that. Okay. I understand the NDA. I'm talking about the whole involvement in your situation of what's going on that you're bringing up within this whole conversation the last, 7 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, that is a good question. I'd like a second to think on it.
I've just been curious this whole time. Yeah. I'm also a follower. I know I've been watching Paradise since 2020, and I
see, Rosie Lynn is not as smart as she thinks she is, unfortunately. I think she's very conniving and cunning, but the actual intelligence factor to be able to process a conversation in real time, she does not excel at that, unfortunately. You're here, you have chronic FOMO, so you get to see how a voice text works with a Kiwi accent. They used to do really badly with Aussie accents. These days they're a lot better though. You think she's manipulative? Absolutely, she's manipulative. Roz, out of all of the girls, I think has the greatest capacity for harm, including out of Foodie and Amber. And I think that's saying something. She has the capacity to be very dangerous to people around her.
Get your side of what like you're saying, but I don't understand the reasoning. I don't understand your reasoning and what you're trying to, what your goal outcome is of all this.
Can I say something really quick? Star, thank you for coming up. I can answer that question really quick for myself. My goal, my outcome is I want to allow people to see my side of the story because I'm being accused, allegations, exaggerations, all this kind of shit. I'm being pushed in the corner, you know.
Right.
I'm defending myself. I am here to defend myself on bus, on LC.
Your actions are indefensible, sir.
Believe me, LCU, like we can have a whole discussion about LCU, right? They invited me on the show. I did it. I don't have any regrets. They treated me with respect. I got a chance to speak. I didn't get a chance to show any evidence, but my goal is for people to understand that I'm being railroaded by a political campaign more than anything else, and I'm more.
Nobody's railroading you. You're a predator. You're exploiting vulnerable people. There's no railroading. It's your literal actions that, while not legally culpable, are very ethically questionable. Foodie just throws things and screams and cries until she gets food. She does have the capability to be dangerous towards ex-partners, though. Like some of the things she's said and done. Yeah, it's... I don't know. Look, I have so many thoughts. I want to be able to speak freely. I can't. I'll save it. More
than willing to take accountability where it's properly, where it's due, and I have on stream. Yep. And so basically when I'm approached properly, like, you know, I'm very much willing to always, even this whole situation right now, Rosie coming in, I said, Rosie, come up, like, let's have a civil discussion, right?
Can I just say, I'm pretty sure that the vibe this guy's putting out, it's like he's trying to be the SSBBW Hugh Hefner. He's essentially trying to cosplay this kind of man, which, let's be honest, is pimp adjacent. It is. Not quite for the physical work that I know of, but it's adjacent, right? And yes, thank you so much for the trigger warnings, LV. None of this is pleasant. He did. He sued 4 to 5 women, of the women, for defamation and lost. That's a good analogy. Yeah, it's what he's trying to do. I don't like this corner of Girl World. I wish Roz could just go away at this moment. I honestly prefer Foodie. I really don't like Foodie. I'll keep my racial content in there for you, Veronica. He is really putting that vibe out there. He is.
I cannot say this loud enough. SA is never entertainment. And making something into SA that wasn't really any, and then adding all this extra bullshit on top of it to make me look like a fucking criminal is not okay. Like,
exactly.
I stand against that. If somebody comes to me and I ever did something, and I ever made somebody uncomfortable, you know, if I did something or said something or whatever the.
Does anyone have more context on this SA is entertainment thing? I haven't looked into that yet. Because on the surface of it, it doesn't look like SA is the right term unless they're referencing something specific that happened that I'm not aware of. This guy sounds so slimy. He really does. It really does. But yeah, let me know. Let me know if anyone has more context on this. Also, I will say across the board, look, this guy and others are kind of orbiting the LCU. I know that there is part of the story that is over there. I do feel like there's enough creators who are covering it. I cannot cover LCU anymore. I have recently, I didn't make it public, but I've recently just come out of a really bad burnout. And I believe that that LCU shit had something to do with it. I can feel it degrading my mental health. So I won't be covering it. If you're interested in that side of the story, many creators are covering it. You'll find it.
Fuck, it may be that I did something where I crossed the line, or like I broke somebody's boundary. I always tell people, please come to me. Like, I don't bite. I don't attack. Like, if you tell me something that I did, like, I will get the cat back out of the tree. I'm going to make sure that, like, we leave after the discussion, after my apologies, we leave the table, if not friends, at least we're going to leave the table as, like, the beef is squashed and we're good. And
Thank you, Yami. The receipt, quote receipt, he showed was someone saying that Piggy Stardust said that SA is content, which is 1, hearsay, and 2, unverified. Okay, so I wouldn't have touched it anyway. Thank you for not covering LCU anymore. And I'm just grateful that Amber's out of it, so even Rachel's not doing it anymore. It does, Miriam. Mental health does come first, and the reality is, if I don't care for my mental health, I'm not here to entertain you for your mental health. So, oxygen mask theory.
That's exactly what adults should do. There's a lot of high school type childish drama when we're all supposed to be women, proud women, not dogging other women. You know, there's just so much. It's ridiculous to me as a woman to see this kind of crap going on.
And that's
within
why
within the women alone. I'm just talking about, like, basically the women's scenario situation right here.
Yeah.
You know, it's sad because women are supposed to hype other women up. And I see a lot of women dragging women down in all aspects. And it's sad.
Now,
it really is.
I'm curious.
What does this have to do with anything? That sounded like a lot of word salad that sounded like it was moral grandstanding that didn't actually go anywhere. Just what I heard.
Because it really is a valid question. Like, Rosee, what would you like to happen? I'm obviously promising you right here, right now, we can have peace. Like, I'll stop talking about you. I won't post about you anymore. I'm not going to bully you, drag you, anything. If people come in my chat and they talk shit about you, I'm going to shut it down. Because at the end of the day, I'm a pretty peaceful guy. And, you know, that...
I think I want to state, to kind of answer the question, I think the reason I kind of impulsively decided to do this was because, one, when I said what I said, I kind of saw it click in your head. So I was like, okay, maybe an actual conversation can be had. And then secondly was when you were talking... Oh, shit, just flew out of my head. God damn it.
Ratings going 180, I know.
Yeah, no, this is just a lot of pressure because I also know how this is just gonna fucking blow up for me tomorrow in my life, but whatever.
No.
I just think that I really want... God damn it, I had something really important to say. God damn it.
Why would it blow up for you? You're being very reasonable.
Oh no,
right
like
now.
this is being screen recorded. Like, I'm talking about Girl World. I'm just saying, like, this is something that is gonna get twisted, whatever, because that's why I'm making it very clear. Like, I'm not here to, like, make amends with you or, like, be friends with you, but at the end of the day, like, I am someone who is able to have peaceful conversations. I felt like I wanted, in a way, to, like, explain myself as well. And like I think the reason, that's what I was gonna say, is when I did impulsively decide to come up here was because I felt like I wanted to defend myself as well. And it's something that I'm not like... I've been taking so much...
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of chat that Rosie's on Zero's stream. Wait. Jo? I can't remember how she said it. Roz is just inserting herself all over the place. It's insane. Zio. Oh, I know. I was trying to copy Rachel. Rachel was saying it wrong in so many different ways. It was very fun. A drinking game was suggested. I know now everyone's correcting me. No, I know how to say it. I'm making fun of Rachel.
Shit, because I'm one of the few people that's choosing to not like pick huge fights and like start crazy drama and like get into like huge blowouts and sensationalize shit, because none of us have seen it. And like there's so much speculation and people talking about how I'm inserting in myself, and when it's like you have no idea how I was involved in this project and how early involved I was in it. No one knows that information. So
I know, but like you also have to admit, you have to agree, the whole world sees this trailer and they see you in the middle of a big ass controversy about like some really, really dark and criminal topics, and so they have questions.
Absolutely. You know what? And that's why I've been taking it on the chin. You know what I mean? Like that's why I'm waiting. And that's why I'm choosing my involvement in that way, because that's why like when Risa was like saying stuff about me, when other women around you were like kind of poking and prodding, I wasn't like, I'm not here to fight with y'all. I'm not here to get into beef with other women. That's not what I'm here to do.
Really? Okay. All right, Rose.
I'm not. Like I've done that even somewhat in recent history, but that's in like other spaces and other shit with like Amber and whatever. Like I absolutely have a past in that, but that's not who I am now or who I'm trying to move forward in being. And so ultimately at the end of the day, it's just like, I guess to answer your question, Star, I also not only wanted to defend myself, but I wanted an opportunity to just be like, I make it very clear.
No, she wanted an opportunity to insert herself in the center of all of this to make sure that everybody who has eyes on Stefan also has eyes on her.
I'm not here to talk about the docuseries. I'm not here to do all of that. But there are other parts of this scenario that I feel like can be discussed.
So, Rosee, do you think that I am like force-feeding people or stuff here?
Yeah, what's your outlook on Stefan?
Like, be honest, no filter. Like, you bring it. What, like?
I think you're not honest about a proclivity for feederism. I don't know. I'm not saying you're putting people in your basement against their will and tying them up and forcing them. I don't know the specifics, but I think you're not being honest about your involvement in feederism. That's my opinion.
Do you believe that because of certain people and certain narratives, feederism has gotten like a fucking terrible side negative connotation on the internet because people are making it look bad when in reality there is so much worse? Like all this death feederism, all that kind of shit that's happening on Phoebe.
It's disgusting.
And at Paradise we have family dinners. So it's like
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really want to fully dive into that because for me, feederism is a big it's a big deal. And you haven't seen my We're All Insane podcast interview where I talk about my experiences there, and you don't know my story, and I don't want to trauma dump, and I don't want to go there right now.
No, it's okay. You don't have to. I saw a little bit about it. You were in an abusive relationship, right? You can say that.
I'm not going into my trauma with you, Stefan. I don't find this to be a safe space for that.
But you put it out there on a podcast.
Correct.
Right. You can't put stuff out on the internet and not expect people to ask questions.
Why can't we talk about it?
You can ask the questions, but I don't have to answer them.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's valid.
You would never
Hold on. Really quick.
I just have something to say. I don't know if you know me, but my name's Audrey. I can't see her, but like I just hope like in the documentary, like because I think I've seen you also on like I was on the Whatever podcast and I saw you on there.
Yeah.
And I think your feelings for feederism and like not liking that stuff is valid. Like if you had like I gained my weight from being in a feeder relationship where like he thought I was too cute as a skinnier girl to be with him, and like he was very insecure. Like he openly told me that he was like bringing over food and stuff to make me gain weight so that I wouldn't leave him. You know what I mean? Like, and I was so in love with him, I wouldn't leave. So like, therefore, I have like my own feelings. Like I'm not pro being a feeder, like, but I also don't judge people for doing that. Like would never like look down on someone for wanting that to be their life.
Yeah, so this is clearly somebody who is in the house there, and I don't feel like it's tricky, right? Because I think to some extent they will feel like they've consented into being this environment, and to an extent they have, and legally they have, theoretically, unless there's something else going on. But also, she's going to be tricking herself into thinking that this is a good situation for her to be in because she wants to indulge the condition. Indulge is probably a harsh word, but continue the condition. But yeah, like, listen to her struggling to breathe. This is a young woman. This is a young woman who's supposed to be in her prime. Yeah, you're noticing it too. This girl sounds absolutely exhausted.
It's like, it's the same thing as like.
Also, why is this chick here? Like, has she said a thing? A single thing? She's just like there making eyes at herself in the camera.
If someone drinks or does like things or like does like, you know what I mean? Like everyone has their thing, right?
It's their business, exactly.
And it's their business. But I also think like, yeah, I just, so for the documentary, I hope that like you don't say anything about him in the way like, because you never met him. You don't know him. You don't know anything about him. Like, it wouldn't be valid. Your words wouldn't be valid, but I will validate your words if it comes to like the feeder community because you have an experience in that. And I think that's valid. So just like, obviously I don't think anyone can say anything about your input until it's out. What I can say is like, I've seen his behaviors and I know.
Sorry for being quiet, everybody. I've been dealing with some tech diff behind the scenes. Frantically, like, you know, chicken wing flapping all over the place. And I feel like I've not commented on things I normally would have commented on. I am back with you. Everything's good.
No, that's not his thing. Like, okay, like you have a significant other right now, currently, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did bring up Roz talking on a podcast. So that's not the one that we did. She was also on a second podcast. And yeah, I will be covering that as well. Like I say, there is so much Roz stuff. This rabbit hole is deep. Like if you're thinking, you know, in Labyrinth, how she winds up going down the hole with all the hands, that kind of is the visual that I get with Roz. This is honestly really sad and disturbing. I feel like that is a really appropriate stance to take with this. It is. This is not cute. It's not entertainment. This is without a doubt exploitation of vulnerable persons. Yeah, you can tell with my avatar. Yeah, because every time I change something on the screen, it flashes to my desktop, and this is my desktop. Sorry, everybody. Sometimes a chukin needs to do what a chukin needs to do. Yeah, that's true. Roz has been around the block talking about herself. She has.
So you're a big woman. Don't you think, like, obviously the people we date, they're either going to have some type of fetish, but also like love us. Think we can have love, right? Like that's normal. But for our size, they have to be into big women to be dating us. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's not
that. Yeah, obviously,
like,
yes. You have to be into big women to date them.
There's obviously a context, like, of course, like, he's gonna like seeing you eat and stuff like that. Doesn't make your boyfriend a bad person, or like doesn't make him a bad person to like certain things. But I think it's like forcing someone to do something like that. That's not okay. Like, or like always talking about it in a way, like always putting it in their head as an idea. Like it's all like what she would want to do. Like he's not like constantly saying, "Hey, you should eat this. Hey, let's go here. Let's go to McDonald's." He wants to eat home every day.
No, he doesn't have to. This is not the way to, you know, get him out of these allegations. It's not. This is not the point. And she's about to say he wants to eat home every night. Well, come on. Seriously? All of us know here full well, and Roz as well, because she eats home a lot as well. You can absolutely eat unhealthily at home. You don't need to be eating McDonald's every night for dinner in order to be eating unhealthily. This is, what did you call it? It's like a straw man argument or a paper tiger argument. It is setting it up a statement that she is able to tear down with quote proof. But this is not this is not the argument that she thinks it is. This is the argument that she will be telling herself to be able to think that she is not in an exploitative situation. Yeah. Sounds like she's been manipulated by the way she's talking. And to be fair, it may not be just him manipulating her. I have, having lived through the conditions myself, I can tell you that there's a fair amount of manipulating that you do to yourself as well. But this will be the rhetoric that she says to herself at night when she's in pain after just existing in a day. This will be what she's telling herself to let herself know that this is okay.
She's the one who wants to go out sometimes. Like I'm a huge fast food person. I eat fast food all the time, and I know that's bad. That's my doing. He has nothing to do with it. Like he would eat at home every day if he could. You know what I mean?
And actually what she's saying there is why these sorts of cases are so difficult to like criminally convict and things like that, because they would have to prove that he is the sole person causing this situation, right? For him to be culpable in this situation legally. And that's why I talk a lot about ethically, because yeah, legally it's hard to prove unless they're like fully being held in a way that they can't, their freedom has been taken away and things like that. Unless they can prove that, in a court of law, it would be very hard to say that he's at fault, because these women are ultimately doing it to themselves in a physical sense. She's honestly giving a good case against Stefan without realizing it. I honestly wish these cases could be, taken to court and that there could be things put on these people, but all the court will see from a sense of legal consent, these women are adults and they are of sound mind, because conditions don't necessarily lead to not being of sound mind unless it's very far progressed. So yeah, a court would just throw it out. It's not a thing. Yeah, but Your Honor, we hate him. Hey, put it this way, in Chukin court, dude's liable.
The first thing I want...
Oh, yeah, not legally, but morally. Morally, 100%, he is culpable.
I want to respond is that I just want to make very clear, I disagree that every man with a proclivity for fat women has a fat fetish. I don't agree with that correlation at all.
Can we remember that she said that? Maybe I should clip it and save it, because I have a prediction. You can hold me to this. I have a prediction that when her relationship with Remily goes south, this is what she's going to say about him. She is going to say that he was a feeder and that he was abusing her. And that right there is going to be important. Clip it. Okay, I'm going to write it down. Not like Nikki in her stream last night being yelled at to write things down. I literally keep a notepad and paper next to me on every stream because things come up. And now I've lost my pen. There is my pen. Okay. I'm writing down the time code. I will clip it. Yes, that's going to be important. Because right now she's using it as an example of that he is not a feeder. Which, by the way, I'm still not convinced that he is. I think he's an enabler. But yeah, you can see how this is going to go. Karma as a Cat did a vid covering Rose's visit to Vegas. And yes, that's the trip that she did the filming for this documentary. I actually have that on my watch later list. I haven't gotten to it yet. I definitely want to watch it. Emily, hey, that's what the community voted we call him, okay? Clip it, click it, clock it.
I think you can have an attraction.
Fat fetish, like fat.
Because that is the word you use. So I just wanted to like.
No, I'm saying okay. Well, fat fetish, I guess, in the way like, yeah, because I've dated people that like they like all women, right? Like there's
or like they have a type, an attraction. Like they would only date big women, but they have no interest in like fetishizing fatness or fetishizing feederism or fetishizing eating. Like they don't care.
I think what she's trying to say is that they don't feed into the paraphilic disorder, which is being an active participant in feederism. You can enjoy a larger body without encouraging its worsening, I guess is the word I'll go for. And those people, I think, would run the risk of being enablers for sure. We've talked about that. Enablers have a role to play many a time. But yeah, I believe that you can be a loving partner of somebody in this kind of physique without actually encouraging the condition. Whether or not that happens a lot, I don't know. I don't know how common that would be.
Care about that. They are just attracted to bigger women. I mean, I think it is obvious anyone that I would be dating in my current size has a attraction to bigger women. Like that's an obvious like fact statement that
that's why I might have said the fetish part of the I'm talking about the food part because like I think if you that's what I'm saying. I was trying to correlate the two differences of like you can date someone who's like that and date someone who's like more into the fetish part, right? Like you can date someone who's into all women and they're into feet, right? But they're also into women, like big women with fat feet. Like they can be into whatever they want. Like you can have so many different aspects.
So what they're not talking about that is really important here is the difference between paraphilia and a paraphilic disorder, right? So when we're talking about a paraphilia, it's more like just the fet side of things where it's what you're interested in. It's outside what would be considered, quote, standard likes and you know, feet come under this, right? But then you start talking about paraphilic disorders. Can you believe that YouTube is okay with all of this language? It is. When you're talking about paraphilic disorders, you're talking about disorders that might cause harm to you or others. They intrude in a way that actually affects your day-to-day life. And these are the people, and it can also involve unconsensual nature of things as well. And that is what I think we're talking about with this dude here. Because of the behavior he's exhibited, it's different to just like a physique. You have questions about Remy? Shoot. I'll answer if I can.
Of what you're into. And I think people like don't like why aren't they looking at the girl for doing that to them? Okay, he always tells me to be quiet.
A little bit.
But my ears are so bad. I have no like I can't hear. I'm deaf.
I also struggle with volume control.
So I literally can't hear that I'm yelling and it's bad. It's a bad thing. So is this okay? Am I doing better?
You're doing better.
Like, because I cannot tell my volume at all. But yeah, I don't think he's wrong. Like, I think there's different like ways. Like, I was being like, you know, you can be abused by being fed, and then there's people who like genuinely just want to do that in their life. And it's like, do I think it's the healthiest thing? No. Like, I've always been open about that. Like, you can't be 580 pounds and like live to a full life. Like, that's why you don't see like older people who are fat. Like that's just like we just have to take what it is. Like we don't make it to 80, you know what I mean? Like, and I've always been very open about how I feel about that and knowing that like this is an addiction, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I hope that's like also what I cover a lot on the show too, is like I didn't want people to think like we're not promoting like live this life. If this is the life you want to live, we're not going to change your life. Like it's not our business to tell someone how to live, you know what I mean? But if you should also love yourself and live your life to the
shush, I want to speak. Can I speak? I've derailed myself. It could be argued that putting yourself up on social media, looking, you know, sexy, or you're pulling the faces, doing the little dances, you're doing what they do, like Amber does, it could be argued that that is promoting the lifestyle. And it is kind of what is going on in this lawsuit as well. Not for this end of the condition, because of course not, but for Eugenia's end of the condition. And it absolutely could be argued that without showing the downsides of it, without being honest about it, it is promoting. Because what you get is people looking at that thinking, oh, well, look, it's fine. They're far worse than I am, so I don't need to change. And there's also been some studies that I found, they're they're in one of my Rachel videos. I'd have to look to see, but there are studies that have shown that watching this kind of content does lead to unhealthier lifestyles of the viewers. And there's higher incidence of diabetes and things like that of people that watch mukbang content. And it's a thing. It's not just Eugenia's end that is harmful to vulnerable people. You're kind of interested what you're writing for D&D from this? Wait, is there D&D writing going on?
No matter what you look like, what you're going through, if you like, you know what I mean, any of those things. So I don't know, I think people take like a good message and turn it into like, you don't care about fat people and this, and it's like, no, like he can't fix every fat person. It's not his job to.
And so when it comes to Stefan specifically, what I want to say is I feel like I have a right to speak on my opinion as a viewer, and not necessarily like to him as
Nikki T spotted. Yeah, because she was sniping this.
Like a person that I know in real life, and I felt like that way the entire time. I want to state that. And then I also want to state that I think it's, when it comes to feederism, I have had an ever-evolving, very complicated experience and opinion with it, even from the time of my interview, I would say. And I will say that I think it's just a very important topic, and that with places like Phoebe that don't moderate and completely enable death feederism to be normalized because they're anti-kink shaming when it's deplorable, it's disgusting, it's dangerous, it's evil, and it frankly should be illegal.
I'm sorry, is it just me, or is there a whole lot of buzzwords floating out there without an actual point to this? It's like reading the stuff that we were just reading with Rachel. To me, this is not equating as sentences. Is it just me? Yes, I feel so strongly about how Eugenia's end of things versus how this end of things is treated, and how this end of things is so openly celebrated and encouraged. You're not wrong. I feel the same way. And I really challenge people to like condition swap while looking at this, because it is ultimately the same thing. This gets wrapped up in, oh, you know, you're fat phobic, this is body positivity, we're living our best lives, we're empowered, we love ourselves. But what if that was said at Eugenia's end? Like, how would that sound? It is the same thing, make no mistake. Yeah, all buzzwords? Okay, good, not just me, not just me, I'm glad. Buzz. It's not doing good things to my head. I'm struggling to follow the greater point. But having said that, I do think that is a tactic of Rosee Lynn, because she kind of gets people confused in the words, and then you lose track of what's actually going on.
That's like allowed to be a haven for that is something that on a community-wide basis needs to be talked about more, and is something that needs to be there needs to not be spaces for it to be normalized, and as well as a lot of other aspects of feederism that when you get down to the nitty-gritty get controversial and get very like, you know, between different people like having such varying insights and opinions. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, it's a very nuanced conversation, which is something really difficult to do online in general. And my goal with those conversations is that if there's any young women who just don't fully understand their own relationship with their own food addiction, or they don't understand how
this chick in the top right corner is bugging me. She's like in this really serious conversation going on. This is heavy stuff. And she's there pulling faces at herself. What is going on?
How your trauma can play in with kinks and all of these things.
We talk very openly here about food addiction.
And that, yeah, but my stance, my involvement in this is that I want my story, which I've already been told has helped people escape abusive relationships these past couple years and all of these things. That is something that
I think, yeah, she's saying a lot of words and my brain is not making sense of them. I really think it's because she's just trying to make herself the main character here. and there's points where she's struggling to hold that role, and that's where the word salad comes in. I think that's how I'm interpreting it.
And I have like passion for, and something that I want to be. I is something I find important in this conversation.
Hi, Rita. Yeah.
Hi,
Rita. I agree.
Hi. And the first thing I want to say is I have never met you, Rosee, but I wish I could give you a hug right now because I felt that. I really did.
Thank you. I actually know of you because I was a part of Bash communities in Georgia. I know of you, but I don't know you.
Okay, like Atlanta.
And you go, and with your response, your reputation is very good, and that aligns with the first thing you say out of your mouth. So hi.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, Atlanta has always been one of my favorite places. It's like going home, and good people, and I've always loved it there. And I don't mean to cut in on all of this stuff and whatever, but like I just kind of had this in the background playing games and whatever. And when you got on, I really wanted to pay attention because I don't know you. We haven't met or what.
This is Nikki doing her Zoom thing, by the way. This is not me. Did she say moment? Like legitimately? I don't know if this has already been mentioned, but this camera angle is not flattering. None of them are. You either get like all the way up her nose, a thumb, or boobs completely in your face. The fact that I have Rosee noted down as ambush predator is something. This is in your D&D. Have you made her a boss or something? Ambush predator seems right. She should have a confusion ability with her words. If she like locks onto you, you get confused momentarily. I'm sorry, I know all of this is serious stuff, but coming from Rosee is like medical advice coming from a high school student. It really is, yeah.
Whatever, and we both signed the same NDAs, sorry. But and I think that I picked up stuff from what you said that I don't think anybody's paying attention to. And I really wanted to address it because I think that your focus and your involvement in the documentary was to your personal heart. And that's exactly the same thing for me, because I love the size acceptance community. I've been a voice for this community for 20 years. My life changed because I found it. And I have been living my life out loud for the last 20 years.
Is everyone familiar with how the fat acceptance movement started? Might actually be interesting to do a video on, to be honest. It's not started by women, and not by the women who were, or not by people who were of size. It was basically started by a bunch of men who wanted it to be socially acceptable to be attracted to and openly date not just big women, but like super size, right? And that's how it started. It was a kink that turned into an actual organization, I guess. Yeah. And then it's been adopted over time by, yes, creepy white men. That's the ones. Yes, it was. Sam at Every Size did a deep dive. Yeah, to be honest, there aren't that many videos on it, and it is worth mentioning. It did get taken over, of course, by the movement that happened online with body acceptance and things like that, but it started, make no mistake, with sexual intent. Yeah, to be able to fetishize these women. I like Megan Ann, yeah. I'll have to see if she's done one. I haven't seen hers, but I've seen others.
to show other people that, you know what, I'm a fat girl, but I'm not going to let my stuff stop. I'm going to live my life, and I'm going to make sure that the people around me respect me like I respect them, or they don't have a place in my life. And I show that to people so that they can do the same. You surround yourself with the right people. You live your life. You don't let the haters stop you, all that stuff. So that's a big thing to me. And one of the things that there's a lot of talk about, all of us girls that have been in it and everything else, but all of this drama that has come about it, on top of losing our friend,
Yeah.
you know, right on
And I
top
wanna-
of that.
Sorry.
And I heard what you said earlier, and I really applauded that. That was beautifully stated, and heartfelt.
Death is so much bigger than this shit. Period.
100%, 100%, 100%.
Period.
But we went into this show with the belief that it was to showcase that we are human beings that deserve to have the same abilities and rights to live our lives as everybody else, and to show the world that, like. Question.
Now, while I do acknowledge that in the 90s and 2000s, like, it really... I do think what she's describing was a thing, and she's talking about that she's been part of this for 20 years, so that tracks that she was in that time. Do we feel like that is still something that exists? I'm genuinely asking. I don't have an opinion. I haven't seen that women of size are treated less than anymore. Like, is skinny privilege a thing, is what I'm asking. Yes, very. It's bigger than Roz, and yet she can't help but take the spotlight. And it's her taking the spotlight is doing this topic a disservice. Why do people believe Rosie's BS? I don't know. It's on the rise again with Ozempic. Yeah, Ozempic, to be fair, is going to shift things. It is, for sure. And then it'll swing back again, and people on Ozempic will become the belittled. Society sucks. It is alive and well. Okay. Think it depends where you're from, the culture and location. You're probably right, Benita. Yeah, that's probably an important factor. Interesting.
There's no reason to hate us. We're the same freaking people, just different sized, you know, like, and why stop a girl to go and enjoy her life just because they're not physically appealing to you? And that was the...
Well, because we're not talking about physically appealing. We're not. And I feel like that's setting up an argument that is adjacent to the one that is at hand. We're talking about people who are actively putting themselves in harm's way due to a very, very serious mental health condition, and this man is sitting here encouraging it. That's what we're talking about. I feel like trying to distract from anything other than that is ultimately going to be doing these girls harm.
The goal to share that and help more women live their better lives without judgment. And then now it's this big controversy and it's all this other stuff, and it's like it's completely off the rails. So yeah, it's thrown us completely, because, like, you know, now what is coming out, we don't even freaking know. Like, will our words be stated the way that they're meant? I mean, everybody that knows me knows if it came up.
Miriam, you're zoning out a bit. Me too. They're very difficult to listen to, but I also don't want to speed them up because I feel like that makes it worse. This is still on topic. I feel very strongly about fat acceptance with the condition I'm recovering from. It's basically licensed. Oh, this is so well said. It's basically licensed to engage in very destructive behaviors, and it could be celebrated. It doesn't go the other way, does it? Down to Eugenia's end. Yes, I agree. I also can't stand the way Rosee weaponizes topics that are designed to bring up empathy. It bothers me, especially with mental health and physical health issues. She does. She really does that. I don't know. I have a thought about that. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought about this. I don't have these conditions, but I have severe OCD. I would be in serious danger if I was in a place where my obsessions were reassured or worse, validated. Maxine, I've actually been in that situation, and yes, I agree with you. It's horrible. It makes, because you know OCD perpetuates itself, right? If it's indulged, it continues to worsen, and yeah, it's very, very similar. I think that's a very astute point.
My mouth, I meant it. I will stand behind it. But like, are they going to use it in a different context? Like, like, it's so scary. And one of the biggest things for me, and I'm sorry, I won't go too much longer, but one of the biggest things for me was your involvement in it, because you've never been to the house. And I'm thinking, oh my God, they're just completely, doing this. But you've just given me the bigger picture. They're not looking at just one thing. And
I feel kind of bad because I feel like this woman, the blonde lady who's speaking, I feel like her heart is in the right place. I feel like she genuinely wants people to feel comfortable in their bodies, and I think that's great. But I think she's fully missing the point of what's going on right now. I don't feel like she's helping this at all. And I don't know if she realizes that she's doing more harm than good at this point in this conversation. It seems like she has quite a big heart, though. I will give her that. Sweet but misguided. Yes, well said. Yeah. Also, considering how Rosee inserts herself everywhere, the party wakes up to Rosee creepily stroking their hair and resource cards all their rations. I'm sorry. It took me a moment to realize you were talking about D&D. Yes.
And I am now less worried about them portraying us all in a different format.
This is very funny. I'm seeing the Rachel crowd see themselves out and the Roz crowd sees themselves in. I love it.
I am who I am, whether I'm on camera or off camera.
Yes.
Every single thing I said or did that I've been involved in, anything that I've put out online or whatever, I believe in it. That's who I am. So if people don't see who I am from that, I can't help that, and hopefully everybody will actually sit down on the 10th, watch the whole thing from start to finish, and just set all prejudice aside and just listen and watch and see.
Okay, taking one ethical issue and turning it into another ethical issue is a distraction and diversion technique. I really get that this woman wants to speak about this message that she's been working on for 20 years, and it's a good message. It is for the most part, but we are talking about super morbidly obese women who are putting their lives in harm's way. And, I'm a very live and let live person. I really am. If this is how people choose to go out, that's fine by me. Who am I to say you're living your life wrong? But words like this, to a mind who is under the control of the condition, is just going to be hearing this as a permission base to just keep doing what they're doing. It is causing harm, whether she means to or not. Oh, Cramlings, you're finding some worms and tea? That sounds great, and then you'll be a more active participant. How's your hand doing today? Poor Cramlings had surgery on her hand and had still been drawing emojis for me with her non-dominant hand. How impressive is that?
and hopefully learn.
Just to clarify, I'm not asking her to draw emojis for me. She's doing it herself.
Something that will benefit them, or benefit other people in their lives that they've taken advantage of or spoke out at or was not kind to. That's my hope. So I appreciate that you got on here. I have so much respect for you doing this. And, maybe someday we will be in the same space. And, with consent, I'll snag a hug. I'll let you guys get back to talking. But I needed to be able to speak to you and tell you this. So
I appreciate that, Rita. Yeah. I don't know their exact involvement with Paradise either or anything. I know your name because I was once a part of briefly, bash communities. I didn't have a great experience, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah. I can give you a brief. I met Stefan maybe 15-ish years ago at a bash. I think he bumper carred his wife into me in the pool because that was his thing. You know, we became friends. My husband and I went to Vegas a lot. We would go out with him and his wife. And, you know, as the years grew, we just became friends. And, you know, one day, when he had a big old empty house, he's like, "Hey Rita, next time you come to Vegas, you want to throw a party at my place?" Because he knows I know everybody, and you know, let's be realistic. He likes.
Yeah, no, that's not good. I wouldn't be admitting that.
The fluffy girls, and you know, that's kind of my crowd. So you know, that kind of grew, and then flash forward to 20.
Benita, can creepy corner girl leave? Are you doing the same thing as me? I can't help but watch her, and it's annoying me because I can't take my eyes. It's like, why are you here? It's weird.
2020, he saved my life, and I'll be loyal to him until I die. You know, but I do know who he is, and I do know his intent, and I know the type of human he is, and I love him, and I believe in him. You know. Does he say the right thing all the time? No. You know, have we had to have words together to? Yes. You know, I do know his intent, and I believe in him, you know, and I say this as a survivor of anything you could.
Oh, did you see that? Paradise, surviving slander. Oh.
Possibly imagine. Okay, so I do see the evil. I've seen a lot of evil people in my life, and Stefan is not one of them. So
okay, that makes me question everything about you. That makes me question all of your motives. Either you're that naive or you're part of the problem. Hopefully she's naive, but see, naivete can cause harm too.
But that's my personal relationship with him over like 50 odd years. So,
I mean, I appreciate your insight. Thank you. I did follow you if you want to talk further in the future.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing. It's kind of unrelated to what you were saying, Rita, but I really appreciate you sharing that. Thank you so much. Because I've been
You're not wrong. She sounds like she's talking about a cult leader and finding people for him. And she's speaking with such sweetness. Now I'm side-eyeing this lady. She either genuinely sees, like, the good in people. You know, there are people out there like that. And people are not all good or all evil. They're not. I'm sure that Stefan has, you know, some redeeming qualities. But what he's doing is predatory. And if you can't see that, I now have to question your motives, your intention, and your ability to be able to see what's going on.
Avoiding the comments because obviously they're crazy right now. But there's someone spamming something that's saying that the documentary is becoming the Rosee show. And I really want to reiterate something that I feel very strongly, and I've said many times. I feel like the people that are centering me and making it all about me are Gorls. I have talked about it on my platforms because I am involved.
That's a bit of a confirmation bias, though. Girl World is centering her because she is the center of Girl World. What?
I have kept a lot to myself because there's a lot that I could say and do to make this so much more about me that I'm purposefully withholding because it's not about me. This project is so much bigger than I think everyone involved. I think it is a lot bigger than that. And that's my stance and opinion on it. And I do not think this is the Rosee show. My channel's the Rosee show on YouTube. That's where the Rosee show is. I host it. It's mine. That's my platform.
She acts like a recruiter and groomer. I think she just doesn't have much empathy and protects her own relationship with Stefan over anyone else's safety. It does look sinister. Hopefully it's not malicious. Hopefully it's just ignorant. Also, I don't know if you've all noticed, but I'm doing little tests with language of what's what's allowed on YouTube and what isn't. The only way to do this is like through science and like test one at a time to see if it's okay and what kind of context it's okay. Like for example, I can say that I'm about to go binge watch a bunch of Nikki's videos. That's fine. Can't say it in another context. Groomer is okay. What's happened is they've released the severity on certain categories in the TOS, and all of them except for the ouchies that you might do to yourself, which also involves conditions, and also any sort of child mistreatment content. Those two are still weighted very, very heavily, but the rest of them around like domestic violence and things like that, that's absolutely, there's a lot more freedom to be able to speak about things. So groomer is okay. Words that are not okay, I've actually put on the block list so you won't be able to say them, just because they're really not okay. They'll get my channel in trouble.
Platform. I am the dictator. I am the star. That's where I'm at. Everywhere else, that's not the case. And I think that people do that. I think that there is a huge campaign to discredit me and villainize me and twist my stories, twist my life, twist my trauma to make me into a villain that they are trying to replace Amber Lynn for because of everything going on with her. So there's some things that have truth to them that are deeply distorted. There are some things that are true, and there's a lot more lies than everything else. And all I can ask
Down by the river. I do not trust that woman. And I'm looking at the screen and thinking, which one are you talking about? A knockout study. I know I do science all over the place. It's frustrating though, because YouTube will come out with a statement about what they've done and how they're censoring things, right? But they'll do it in very vague umbrella terms and not specifics as like, you can say this where previously you couldn't. So that's why I've been like just dipping my toe into different words, and like I've determined very early on that feeder is fine, and the reason is that would come under domestic violence, right? So that is okay. Every now and then I'll still censor myself out of habit, but yeah, it's interesting. Anyway. So then you're asking, can I speak? And YouTube said, you can kind of speak. But not about certain topics, even if it's medical education. Yeah.
Is that when people are coming directly to my channel, coming to me, interacting with me in spaces like this or in other places, that you give me a chance to show you who I am. That's it. That's all I ask for. But
okay, so we're at the point where this is a reaction channel here that is on YouTube. It's under a different name, but this is a reaction channel that has now stepped into this chat.
And that's, in essence, kind of a little bit on the other side, the same with Stefan, right? Like, a lot of people throw their opinions about people that are real popular. Like, you know, like the bigger your number, the more people talk about you. I guess that's where they say you've actually hit it big when you've got a hard list of haters. But it's true. I always feel that, like, and I don't know what you know about me and my bash content and whatever and stuff, but I still do that. I hosted other bashes. This is my last.
Actually, yeah. Pat, this sums up this whole thing very well. She wants to prove herself and feel seen by the man she calls a predator. Yep.
Last year of doing it, but I go and I host an event at other bashes and stuff. And one of the things is the speed meet and greet I do. And I feel that if you can sit in the presence of another person for 3 minutes and talk to them, you're going to figure out whether or not they're your kind of person or not. It's all it takes, 3 minutes, you know, and which is great at the beginning of a big event with 250 people. You get a chance to make some friends and, you know who you're going to go in the direction of at the party and whatever. But like on the same level, like, you don't know somebody until you've actually sat and talked to them yourself. You can run with what everybody else's opinion is and just get on the bandwagon, but you might also miss out on a really cool person, you know? So I never judge a person by what other people say about them. truthfully, I don't really hear a lot of that, you know, because most people come to me and like, why are you telling me this shit about a person? Why don't you tell me something good about them? You know, they're a little ray of fucking sunshine over here. But most times, if people are just coming to you to say shit about other people, it's because they're bored with their life or they're trying to cause shit, you know. And I tend to avoid those kind of people, you know, but people get to know you on their own and spend time with you will figure you out a lot better than what people online behind a keyboard will say, you know, every day of the week. You know, I've been in the house.
Oh gosh, I didn't realize this went on for so long. I'm so sorry. I was skipping through bits to edit it. No,
Since before TikTok existed. You know, I'm the one that hosted the parties at the house because I used to host the bash, and I know so many people, and I can easily fill the house up with people. You know, because
she's putting a very good spin on this guy. Can I take back everything I said about her seeming sweet, because now she seems insidious.
Everybody knows that, like, if you're coming to my party, you know, it's the same thing as me inviting you to my table. If you can be respectful to everybody at my table, you're welcome. If you're not respectful to everybody, get the fuck out.
I'll get the clock out. Yes, I'll show myself out, no problem.
Really quick.
Finger? Yeah.
Really quick. I just added somebody. Somebody requested.
Hi, hello. Thank you for letting me up.
Hi.
Okay, so this is a reaction channel here, as I said. This isn't the name they use. This is HRH on YouTube. I'm about to say some things. Look, I just want to preface this by saying I'm not here to tell any of you who to watch or anything like that. If this is a YouTube channel that you like, absolutely go nuts. You know, I don't necessarily have feelings either way, but I do have something to say regarding something that she's going to say. So yeah, we'll let her speak. She's here to basically challenge Roz. And this is a little bit more poo-touchy than I would personally like to do, but I think this is okay with this channel, and that's how she wants to run her channel, so that's absolutely fine.
Hi.
Hi. I just had a couple questions. One for Rosee. I wanted to know what her goal was with joining this panel. No disrespect.
I think I did. Did I not answer that one?
I must have missed it.
No, she didn't answer. She never answered that question.
If you could tell me.
Star answered. Yeah, we talked a bit about that. If I misspeak from what I said prior, basically, initially, I kind of impulsively decided to come up because I said something in the chat to Stefan because...
Actually, can I also just say, I forgot to give this context. Roz said she actually put a post on her community tab saying that she had to miss her members only live stream because she was having her period and she was too cranky and didn't trust herself to be on a live stream, and then she did this, and so it was this spontaneous decision. So yeah, you're gonna let your members down who are actually paying support for you to turn up once a week, by the way, and she decided to do this instead. It's a really bad look.
He was kind of doing what he did when I joined. He was just kind of like, they were
in the chat. I called her out. I said,
he calls me out anytime he says they come in the chat, but I've just been lurking just to kind of observe. And they were doing what they do, which was like make fun of the quote in the trailer and all that. And I finally just said, the real question is, was I even talking about you? And it seemed like that finally got him to kind of understand the situation. And so I felt like there was an actual room for a productive conversation, because I'm not planning to leave this conversation with like a different stance. Like that's kind of, I've been very forward about that. I've been in this panel for a minute and I've been very direct and honest about how I feel, because I'm not going to sit here and be and like play nice in his face and then like act differently otherwise, right? But I'm able to be respectful in these conversations, and I know. I mean, and Crisis, I think you're someone that's been in my chat before. I recognize your username. So when it comes to like the girl world aspect of this, like I understand that people are going to be saying that I'm here for clout, this, that, the third. If that was the case, I would have done this a week ago. But
I'm not who you think I am.
Okay, all right, understood. But in general, then thank you for clarifying that. But in general, people in that community have that stance. So
you're assuming I'm girl world.
No. I'm saying I thought you were the same person because honestly, your
No, I
username
am,
just-
but you don't know who I am.
No, I don't know who you are. You're just someone who's in my chat. Correct. Yeah. No. Correct. I apologize if I alluded otherwise.
No, trust me, you don't want to apologize to me. It's okay. And the reason why you're not on Phoebe, right, is because you were doxing people on there. Rain and her child.
That never happened. Oh.
Okay.
Actually, I think that did happen. Any Ros historians in here? Who have we got? I saw Dres come in. I think she did dox that kid, didn't she? Rain's kid? I have a feeling. I have a small feeling. Let me know. I could be making shit up.
Phoebe is a whole toxic swine.
And
thank you, LV. Yes, that happened. I thought so.
I believe that you bully me all the time because you call me racist and you say that I'm homophobic. And
Okay, so what she just said there, sorry, I was talking over it. She's accusing Ros of calling her homophobic and racist. Now, this channel first came onto my radar because Charlie Gold actually called her out. And this is why I say, you don't watch who you want to watch. I'm not the keeper of you. If you like this channel, please don't consider that I'm attacking this channel in any way. What I will say is that this channel she's basically going to say that she's not homophobic. What I will say is that in one of the videos, and this is the person that I'm saying when I say Ros says that everybody's being biphobic, this is the channel she's talking about. It was one person, but like Ros makes it sound like many people because that's what Ros tends to do. Whether or not she is homophobic, I don't know. But what I will say is that the tone, some of the words used could absolutely be deemed homophobic. Whether she meant them that way, I don't know. I don't know. And that's why I decided to do a LGBT-friendly version of the Reddit posts, right? That's pretty much all I know. I haven't watched a lot of this channel's stuff. But yeah, the language I would have personally deemed as a little more towards the homophobic side of things. It's just the intent I'm not sure of. But does the intent matter in this situation? I'll leave that up to you.
I think it's because I'm Jewish. I think you hate the Jews.
Wait, do you guys know each other?
I'm not trolling.
No, this is a troll.
I'm not trolling. I'm being very genuine.
No, this is someone with a fake account that's been into my chat.
It's not a fake account. This is a real account. This is my main account. Just because I don't put my face on it doesn't mean it's a fake account. So why are you automatically being rude to me again?
I'm going to go ahead and drop off. I'm not playing.
No, don't.
But don't leave.
I'm not going.
It sounds like you guys just need to have an adult conversation somewhere else.
I'm actually good. No, I'm good. That's not what this is about. This is about.
She refuses to have a conversation with me.
Because they're spreading lies.
I'm not spreading lies. That's how I feel.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off, Stefan. I'm not engaging in this. This is what Girl World wants.
I'm not. That's not what I'm doing.
Goodbye.
And that's the problem. No one can just be adults.
Yep, and that's the end of the segment that I wanted to talk about. So the moment that Ros gets any pushback, she folds like a camp chair. Like fully just, no, I'm out. I can't handle it. No, they're spreading lies. No, she's got no comebacks because that's why I say she's not as smart as she'd like to think she is. She can't handle an argument in real time. Yeah. So that was her whole interaction with this dude, what's his name, Stefan, and just her trying to center herself in the middle of all of this going on. And yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I covered that before we get into the documentary, which is coming out next week. Very exciting. So like I said, unfortunately, she folded like a napkin. Folded like an origami crane. Yeah. But yeah, so just a reminder, I will be covering the documentary. Unfortunately, it absolutely has to be behind a paywall and not on YouTube because HBO does not play around. Unfortunately, I'd never get away with it. Otherwise, I would absolutely do that. But Yeah, how many more fun things can we think of? So we actually got it all done. I'm very impressed. I did do an hour overtime, but that's okay. We won't tell anyone. But thank you so much for everybody being in here today. And LCU moment. Thank you so much for everyone who super chatted and sent in gifted memberships. I appreciate you so much. Don't forget, if you were gifted a membership, there is a link to a tutorial in the description of this video on how to link your YouTube account to the Discord if you want to get in there. But if you still have trouble after that, just shoot me a friend request. And yeah, I'll get you in. All good. All good. But thank you so much, everybody being in here chatting. Thank you to all the lurkers. And a big thank you to my replay nuggets. I appreciate each and every one of you. But for now, that is all the clocks I have left to give. Stay gold, my little nuggets, and I'll catch you next time.